You're listening to Well, I Laughed, Part 3 of Dark Secrets. Trust me.
Hey y'all, this is the second part of a two-part series, so if you haven't already listened to episode 77, while it's not necessary that you go back and listen to it to understand today's episode, it will provide a lot of meaningful context and will be referenced several times throughout the episode. Enjoy!
Hey, how's it going?
It's going, how are you?
It's going. I'm in a big comfy sweater right now, so I'm pretty good.
That Monet is really jealous of.
Correct. I'm also realizing how much I blend in with her chair.
Yeah, a little.
That's fun. I am the couch. No one told JD Vance. No, seeing as this is coming out like the day of or before the election, just don't talk to him at all.
No, that's super fair. That's super fair.
You had to go into the office today. How was that?
I had to go on site today. It was fine. I usually just go in for like the afternoon on site because I don't have a ton of like stuff to actually do on site. I don't know, and there's always just a lot of interesting characters in and out, and I am the only woman.
I mean, duh.
I mean, yeah, there's like two other women I've seen on site. One of them is one of the contractors that's like doing like the welding and stuff, and then the other one is the cleaner. So
okay.
We're doing
how
really
many people
good.
in total are there?
A lot.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a construction site for a very large facility. I think it's 1 million square feet. Those are the only
and
two.
were
women
they
I've
receptive to your presence?
We all just everyone just I try and actually not to talk to people that I don't need to.
Sure.
Which if you work with me, no, you don't. Because my
She's
job
just
is sales.
Cracking a cold one with the boys, just
Hell yeah.
there to be there.
Well, today I had to go and get these samples that I need to send to one of our suppliers. Like they're filled samples of the product for my client. And I had previously brought them to the site to store them because I had to bring them from a separate site, whatever. And then
so you do this in like your personal car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's like a box. Of
yeah,
samples.
it's like a box, but there's like when I first had to load them, there was 10 cases of stuff.
Nice.
And it's like a drink. If you've been here long enough, you probably know. But
really are cracking the cold one with the boys.
Yeah, literally, it's a drink, and so I literally had to take like 10 separate cases out to my car because they're all heavy enough that there's one that I was able to stack, but it was like so heavy, and like the distance from my car to where like they were previously being stored was not low, and so I had to make 10 separate trips.
Right.
And then this time I only had like 4 or 5 like little smaller cases that I had to take, and the distance was way shorter, and the men around me were all they're like, wait, do you need help? Well, why didn't you say anything? And I was like, oh, I didn't even at no point in my head was I like, let me get the big strong man to help me. And at one point I like am getting ready to take them I like previously took them from the office to the door, and then I was going to take them from the door to my car.
Sure.
And so as I'm about to get them to the car, both the guys are like, well, now you need help loading them? And I was like, if you want, but I truly am okay. And so I stacked 2 of the heavier ones because I'm like, I just want to get this over with.
Right.
And the guy's like, oh, I don't know if I would do. And I just stand up and look at him. Do what? And the other guy goes, she's young. And I was like,
don't lift with your back. They are that's love language.
I know, but
it's the
don't lift with my
love
back.
language.
I do deadlift a lot more than what those cases weighed. It's fine. I'm fine. I love just a little bit of misogyny for a snack.
My favorite thing is that those men didn't realize at the start they should offer their help, and then they were like, "Oh, do I help now?" And now they were like, "Oh, I'm strong man and you're not, but I should have just offered at the beginning to make it like a group affair." I had already moved 3 of the 5 cases, so when one of them was like, "Well, let me help you," I was like, "Great, there's one that's like barely even filled, so you can have that one, big strong man." Right.
I was like,
I'm going to go ahead and just ask one more question.
Yeah.
Were you that kid in 6th grade when they were like, I need some strong boys to help stack the chairs, grabbed like 8 to prove that you 2 were a strong boy?
Once I started horseback riding, yeah, absolutely. I was like I was the person with all of the chairs under both arms. squeezing for my life.
Good. I'm actually going to use this now as a way to transition a little bit to the youth again. I have a story from work that happened today. Okay.
Oh, good.
So going to keep everything super anonymous for obvious reasons. But a child's looking at me and they're like, I don't know, mister, what should I do? Because they have a crush on this person and they had like a fling situationship the year before.
Right.
And now they're like, should I try to rekindle it or not? And I want to make sure this is clear. Fellow teachers, you already know. But if you're not a fellow teacher, I did not ask for this information.
They just give it.
I am not really even asking follow-up questions to continue the conversation.
Yeah.
I am sending emails as this conversation happens to me. And so, you know, I'm like I'm clickety clackety, and this child is, you know, and so they kind of get to the end and they were like, since this person was the one that called off the situationship last year, even though there's like flirty signs now, I shouldn't do anything, right? They should be the ones that do the first move, right?
So much anxiety
And
for
I go,
such a small body.
Right, exactly. And I go, yeah, you're right, totally. Everyone knows that you get a medal in the mail when you make the right decision in this kind of situation.
Good.
And the child literally crumbled to the floor. And I was like, I can't do that. That was maybe too much from a passive audience member too quickly, you know?
That was maybe mean.
I think they did ultimately appreciate it. I even got like a fist bump out the door or whatever. They're a wonderful student. I don't even think I've used pronouns yet, right?
I don't think so, but I also
Sweet.
haven't paid attention.
Thank you. That makes...
Not to the pronouns. I just know there's a vague idea. You know what? I'm just so progressive. I don't even hear pronouns anymore.
No, it's just fun. No one ever listens, you know?
Oh, shut up. Grow up.
I saw this TikTok and it was like me, a teacher, listening to the in-flight safety instructions because I know what it's like to give instructions and have no one listen to them. I still don't listen to the in-flight instructions, but now I feel a little fucked up about it. Yeah.
For not doing it, as you should.
And then United, I'm sorry, I'm a little off the road today. Like it was just like a full day that used a lot of me. And then I had not a full rotisserie chicken, an appropriate adult serving size rotisserie chicken the night for dinner. There's chicken in my fridge right now and bones waiting to be turned into a broth later.
Can I have
Because it's fall season. The chicken or the broth?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. You make one soup for a girl and suddenly she wants all your soups.
I actually luckily had chicken broth or chicken bone broth because I was going to use it, like make it as a tea one week when I wasn't feeling good. But I had it in the fridge and apparently that's the base for egg drop soup. And I made, it was great. Amazing. 10 out of 10. I think the first time I've ever actually made a soup.
So in-flight instructions now, United is just like,
did you know when you make
United's like, we have a recording and we also have new speakers and we're going to blast it to you.
Oh,
so I'm so sorry if it's literally 5:45 in the morning and you have woke up at 2 a.m. to get through this entire process, but we're going to make sure we startle you awake. Let's talk soup. You and Lydia are both so, like, I'm going to say radically new to the soup game that it's throwing me.
Actually, no, that's a total lie. I grew up making miso soup.
Okay. But that like comes with like a paste.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's how in the soup game I've been for years now.
Okay, are you better than me?
I mean,
was it a competition?
Well, hear the story and then you can tell me.
So the answer is yes and yes.
So I'd go home for like Thanksgiving. And again, I've had to explain this to Casey. Obviously, there's two meats at Thanksgiving. There's turkey and there's ham. And so my family would usually like roast a ham that has like a ham bone and they slice it off. And then they take that ham bone and like put it in a big plastic bag. And if you've been a good little boy all year who drove to Nebraska instead of flying for Thanksgiving, you get the ham bone. And then I bring it back home and it's still like a little gray. And it's like the Sunday at the end of Thanksgiving break. And I just boil that baby. I boil that baby for hours and I make myself a little ham and bean soup.
Have you seen the video?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen when there's a woman trying to, I think, make a vegetable stock, a vegetable broth, and she uses a sieve with no bowl underneath it?
I have seen those videos.
And you just slowly hear the panic as you realize there's nothing you can do.
There is
After,
now
like, hours
no
of
more
work.
soup.
Yeah. It's done.
I hope the 2 teaspoon tastings of soup were
you
good.
tried, yeah.
Right. Also, in doing dishes after the last little cooking time with Thomas that we did,
yeah.
I'm like, oh, we used an insane amount of spoons there at the end.
We did.
I was like, Maya, come sample this. Perfect. Throw that spoon away. Here's a new spoon. Try it now.
And
I only have like 10.
You were like, get me a spoon. And then after we used it, you were like, okay, put that one in the sink. And then afterwards, you were like, oh, you put it in the sink. Okay, we'll get a new spoon. And I was like, fucking what?
Here's the thing. Wow, I did not think I was going to get here tonight, but here we are. How many spoons do you think you have right now? Because there's a really solid chance it's single digits. And I don't think anyone's ready for that kind of revelation.
That's true. I only really like the small spoons, so
Wild.
it's a very common neurodivergent thing. I think it
love
has to
a big
do.
honkin' spoon.
I think
for
it has to
literally
do
anything.
with the spoon maybe hitting your teeth too much.
Yeah.
Because I've always only liked small spoons,
Sure.
and then someone was like, "Me too," and I'm also autistic, and I was like, and then I like started getting fed more content on TikTok that's like, "Did you not realize you were neurodivergent until you realized that you only use the small spoon?" And I was like, "Okay, that's fucked up."
I don't even know where I'm supposed to take that story next. Good.
I'm just here to keep you on your toes, give you a little challenge.
That. Yeah. I have a grind my gears moment, if that's okay.
Oh, I love that.
Okay, so here's what grinds my gears now. I feel like the only thing America has gotten better at in the last 10 years is trying to get you to buy something.
Yeah, late stage capitalism.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like point of sale is the only point we have made in the last decade. It's like
Put that on a banner.
100%. Point of sale is the only point we've made in the last decade.
I want that behind like an old rickety plane flying above the Coors Space
I
Machine.
want to buy advertisements just to put that on like the siren or whatever on like CNN. Because here's the thing.
Yeah.
All of us listening know that when a unknown number called us, I don't even mean like it says unknown number.
Yeah.
I mean it's just not a saved number in your phone. None of us are answering it.
No.
It is going straight to voicemail. I actually think,
actually a problem for my job.
right. I actually think we should shorten the amount of time that the phone has to ring for us to be able to get to voicemail, because it needs to just be like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Because I'm not answering it and I want to get back to my phone. And I'm not going to answer it. And you just need to be immediately in my voicemail. So it's like, I don't answer my phone anymore. You go online and every single web page is trying to sell you something or some kind of subscription service that you then cannot get out of. And even during that whole process where you're being sold something, you're also the product, because all of your cookies are being sold to sell you, I don't know, whatever's targeted your SEO. Like for me, it's always, for some reason, men's underwear. And then
wow, for some reason.
crazy. And then like we don't even answer our doors anymore, because who's it going to be? A person trying to sell me something. I miss the days when the people who would call would be people I wanted to talk to, and the people who knocked on my door were the people I like knew, and where the internet was like the Huffington Post, but in 2008, where it like took a while to load, and sometimes public libraries banned it by accident. Like that was I'm Amish for 2008, and I'm getting more radicalized around that.
I just need to go back for a second. You didn't
Sure.
take a breath for like several minutes.
Grinding gears over here. Yeah.
To when someone calls you and you want to go back to your phone.
Yeah.
You know that you can.
Oh, I know. And I do. But then where do I put all the anxiety that I accidentally answer it while I do that? Because the slide up
You don't need
feature
to slide up.
is disturbingly close to the answer it button.
You just press the home button.
And just turn my phone off?
No, it goes away on the home button. That's a
Really?
command. Yeah.
Oh, fascinating.
And now there's live voicemail, so you can actually listen to them as they leave the voicemail. It's like, it's
I know.
actually
I've
like
actually realized
yeah.
that it's one of the people that I need to talk to as soon
Yeah.
as the voicemail starts, and then I'll answer it.
Yeah.
And they're always so confused. They're like, "What?" And I'm
Wait.
like, "Hi, sorry. Yeah,
Can I help
go
you?
ahead. Yeah."
I answered the phone yesterday because I was expecting a call from a vendor for work, and it was someone that was like, "Hi, is this Maia?" And every time I'm like, like 50% of the time I get it right, where I'm like, who's asking, you know? Instead of saying, yes, this is she or whatever.
Right.
And they were like, do you still own that 2018 Toyota RAV4? And I was like, can I ask you, is this about my warranty? And he went, yeah. And I hung up.
Yeah. Because here's the
I
thing.
was like,
They are trying to sell you something.
They're trying their
And
best,
I'm
to be
not.
fair, but I don't.
No.
I mean, it's also a scam. But
And that
like,
has to be a tough job, you know,
Yeah.
I'm sure. But also, like, if you are trying to solicit me for money, and I'm just all the time now, any interaction with a stranger is trying to get my email, my phone number. God, when you used to give a company your phone number, because it'd be like, oh, it'd be nice to get one text notification when the thing I want arrives.
At my
and
house.
now I'm just on texting mail lists for everything. It's like inescapable.
And then people are like, why do you have 50 unread messages? And it's like, A, I'm depressed, but B, 50% of those are just random ass ads.
A mortgage.
Or the Democratic Party. Stop fucking texting me. I saw the news articles that you, Kamala and Walls, you got raised $3 billion or something monumental. Quit fucking telling me this is the last chance to donate. Shut the fuck up. I don't care and I don't have the money for it. That's really what grinds my goddamn gears.
Welcome, Sister Maia. Because you and I both have politics that align with that,
yes,
right? And
stop
we want it to
fucking texting me and guilting me. Leave me alone. If I want to donate, I'll donate. I'm actually convinced to like ask for money from you for taking up time out of my day.
Right. Also, God. Do you know who's super confused? iPhones. Because every single one of those messages start with, "Hi, Grant, it's John from Colorado Initiative for the blah, 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 blah," right? And so my iPhone's like, maybe John?
Maybe Colorado.
Right, exactly. Yes. And so like, I am so tired of being contacted for everything. Over the summer, a mortgage company called me.
Yeah.
And I was like, hello? And they're like, hi, is this Grant Thomas? I'm following up on something. And I was like, yes, this is him. And he goes, hi, sorry, we saw that you wanted to refinance your home like a year ago. Up. And so I like take a exhale because we're at nationals. So not only is he calling me in the evening, but he's calling me in the evening.
Stressed.
I'm already stressed. I'm tired. And we're actually actively in practice. I like stepped out of the room to get the phone call.
See, I know you do speech and debate, but every time you say at practice, I think like Tech Week.
Sure. Weird. Okay. Oh, like for theater?
Yeah, for theater.
Oh, hilarious.
That's where I'm at.
You're honestly not actually all that far from the pitch there.
Cool.
So anyways, I like, oh, okay. And I cut him off and I go, here's my interest rate, da-da-da. Can you beat that? And he goes, I need more information. And I go, it sounds like you have enough information on me. Call me back if you can beat it.
I love that for you.
Yeah, don't try to sell me things. I'm tired of constantly being sold. Oh, and then when I want to buy something, oh, and this is the second part. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if this was not the energy you wanted this morning. But why is now buying anything in America so undignified? Yes. Why is it the worst thing in the world? Like, I'm glad we don't have plastic bags in stores anymore. You cannot tell me that that is the limit of our paper bag technology.
The what paper I am bags getting need now, handles. I'm sorry, like that is a bare minimum.
I have unfolded paper bags that already have tears in them. I'm like, what?
I have your Target bag for use also.
My Target bag?
The one that you brought me the sweatshirt in that you got
fine, yay!
It
has handles,
It does have handles.
It's a good bag.
It's a good bag.
But it's like, why is everything so undignified?
Yes.
Like, I'm scanning my own products now, and then it's like, don't steal from us. Hey, you, who we're now employing, don't steal from us, don't steal from us. You scanned that thing too fast, so now someone's going to come over and watch you.
In front of you.
Exactly. How dare you try to buy something from us? And it's like, I hate this country right now. I hate always trying to be sold something, and then when I want to buy something, it's like, I don't trust you, you're undignified, here's your gross little bag. Like, what happened to us? We used to love buying things. That was the best thing we were at. Like,
we're in late stage capitalism.
We won the Cold War because we were so good at buying things. And now look at us. The one good thing in the last 10 years from all of this really has been credit card points. Like, oh my God, I have not paid for a plane ticket, like outright, like in years. And that felt really good to get off my chest. That felt really good to say.
You have a lot lighter energy right now than you did walking in. You were like, hey. And I was like, hey.
Are you okay? And you never ask me if I'm okay.
There was just, usually you walk in and you're just like, hey, like, how are you?
Right.
How was your day? Anyway, let me tell you about my day. And
when you were like, are you okay? I was like, oh, I must be giving off like horrific vibes right now.
It was just very strange.
I won't lie to you. I think there's an element where it's like at work today, I mean, it's just a busy time of year. Like once the season starts, like things really do just kind of like keep, like the momentum maintains itself. But we're getting close to the season opener. So it's just so much right
She's
now.
under your chair.
Adorable. So it's just so much right now. And I've talked to you about this and you all, dear listener, about this, about like finding my peace and like a center of gravity and like taking things off the pyramid until I'm at a point where I'm grateful. And that works most of the time. But sometimes you get home and you have deconstructed so many pyramids, you just need to yell a little bit. But you're not actually really mad at any of the things that you deconstructed pyramids for, because you've done the work to understand that we're all humans doing our best. So I need to yell at a system. And today it's capitalism in our country.
That's probably actually more healthy, because usually I come home and I'm mad at Casey for no reason, and the poor guy is just like, okay.
Because I hit you once with the, okay, I'm hearing you're fine, so I'm going to just continue to assume you're fine and tell me you're not fine. And you were like,
boo.
I've also started to do research for my next episode that I'm doing. Have we announced the next theme?
No, we haven't. Well, we might have. It's Vigilante Vengeance.
Yes. So I'm listening to some podcasts in the morning about it, and I'm now just yapping to all of my kids about it.
I forgot that I am doing the first story next week. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
Aren't you glad we bumped recording back to Wednesday?
I'm actually really glad. I'm really
because we might be in the mountains this weekend.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and I think come Saturday, but Casey is not giving me a definitive answer on if he wants to join or not.
Me, Danny, and Hayden are coming on Saturday evening.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Don't forget swimsuits.
That's right. You want to know something that like kind of scared me the other day?
Always, yes.
I think this was yesterday, probably. I suddenly just heard like a deep sigh while I'm sitting in this office alone.
This one?
Yeah. I was like, okay, Bowser's not in here. Casey's not in here. Mo is probably in here, but I don't see her.
Is Grant in this room right now?
She was behind that sound panel, between the sound panel and the door.
Mo was?
And so it was echoing.
Oh.
And so it sounded like, and it was just her little baby sigh.
Oh, baby.
I was like, oh my God, you bitch.
That's terrifying.
It was so scary. Also, I was researching what I'm researching, and
has Grant snuck back into my house?
Yeah, I swear to God, that bitch.
Well, I think I am now mentally engaged enough to potentially try to do the 1 minute recap.
Yeah, of last week, which is good because it'll bring everyone.
A perfect segue into
you
100%.
heard it yesterday, and they heard it
3 to 7 days ago.
I'm gonna post it early. I don't know when though.
You know though, because you're listening to it right now.
Right now, yeah.
And they're like, it's literally Wednesday morning.
And they're like, it's Wednesday because I have a schedule.
Exactly. So before we get this started,
yes,
and I do kind of love that this is like now a running bit for us.
Yeah.
Am I trying to summarize the whole story under a minute? Am I trying to hit exactly a minute? Am I trying to go over a minute?
You're trying to get as close to exactly a minute as you can.
Thank you.
And
that's really good clarity.
Trying to give as many details that you can without giving away like the whole, like the most interesting thing, I guess. Or give the most interesting thing. You want to be the reason someone comes to our podcast.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. And I also have edited approximately one of all of them that we've done because I've been busy. So, I mean, take
but
that
we
as
have
you will.
them. They're in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me get into my action pose. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Are you lonely? Are you looking for someone to make all the decisions for you so that way you can go smooth brain for most of your adult decisions? I get it. You know who gets it? Dr.
Yanya.
Lalick. Dr.
Yes.
Lalick. There we go. Dr. Lalick gets it because she's been there and then she studied it. In this week's episode, Maia gets into all about cults, and she deep dives into 2 different kinds of cults and explores both the mentality around the cult and the experiences of those who survived it. We start off first with a political cult set in the San Francisco Bay Area in the 1970s.
70s, 80s, yeah.
Designed to create this utopian, not dystopian, utopian world around democracy, a real Karl Marx, Leninist, communist Chairman Mao kind of vibe, right? She then fast forwards and takes us to the East Coast, to North Carolina, where she introduces us to one of many absolutely insane cults. Towards the end, she sets up this week's episode, which I'm super excited to hear.
Is QAnon. Nice. Good job. 10 out of 10.
Thanks. Secret is kind of blunder your way through the first 20 seconds and then kind of
you
speed
finally
run.
find the last
100%.
bit. Yeah, 100%. So, Grant, I asked you a series of questions at the beginning of last week's episode. Would you like to re-answer that? Not like change your answer, but just re-answer them.
Sure, I might be changing
fine,
my answer
yeah.
just because I don't
Be
have that
more
kind of
specific.
memory. Question 1.
What defines a cult?
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, this is fun. It's like I listened to the teacher's review day the day before, and now the test isn't hard. And my classmates who are going to complain about failing the test should be better listeners and not assume they can just use AI to pass something. Anyways.
He has feelings.
And I'm back in it, babes. Okay, so a cult is an organization that seeks to provide decision-making and world framing for you from a leader that has essentially no accountability and no removal mechanism. It will work to isolate you from other community members and ultimately dictate like deeply personal aspects of your life. Oftentimes that means every aspect of your life.
Cool. Is a conspiracy theory a cult?
Not all conspiracy theories are cults,
yeah.
but conspiracy theories can be cults. And oftentimes conspiracy theories are at the heart of cult organizations, like, I'm guessing, Heaven's Gate, who was like, we have to prepare for the end of the world, right? Or like in Jonestown, the government's trying to shut us down, right? That like these specific conspiracy theory beliefs help explain the world to these cult members and at the same time trap them deeper into a dogmatic sense of the world that like people have a hard time unlocking to free them from these cults.
Who do you think is most likely to be susceptible to cultic thinking?
The lonely, the those who have expressed or experienced deeply religious personal experiences before. So those who have like a history of like devout thinking and worship are the two, I think, still most likely people to fall in the cults.
What's the draw of a cult?
You make more money as a leader, but you have more fun as a follower. That just answer served me so well in last week's episode. I'm not changing it.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, you know what I'm now realizing? The fun thing about getting an episode early is that you get it early. The bad thing about getting an episode early is you get the next episode later.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll still publish on Wednesday. We're not tricking you. But
fine.
You'll now have days longer to wait.
Yeah.
To hear from us. Hi.
Go back and listen to the Out Left Pass. It'll keep you entertained for a while, I assume.
Also, because we're posting this either on election day or before election day, please, truly and seriously, if you've not had a chance to,
God, go vote.
Please go vote. Make a plan to vote. Those who have a plan as to when and how they're going to vote are significantly more likely to vote. So when you're talking to your friends about voting, it's actually a super cool, hot, sexy thing, much like smoking, to ask your friends, when are you going to vote? And have you thought about how you're going to get there? And do you have a backup plan and stuff like that? Please make sure you vote. And while we're not a specifically political podcast, our democracy is on the line. Individual rights that our identified communities enjoy are on the line. And we think it'd be really cool if you voted. And that includes our 8 straight male listeners. I've been emailing you. Hey. And with that, let's hear about QAnon, which is oddly, deeply, weirdly, unfortunately, other adjectives, topical for today's episode.
So last week I ended like the very end of the episode talking about kind of like a big broad overview kind of QAnon. I gave you a little amuse-bouche of why I think it's dangerous and some of their beliefs. Because last week we started with a lot of like, not anecdotal, but you know, like actual tales of like real people experiencing cults. And I think that's really powerful in understanding cults. We're going to start with a series of a bunch of different kind of mini stories of family members who had their either like loved ones or like siblings or parents or kids fall into QAnon and their experience kind of watching that happen. This is specifically, all of these stories I'm about to tell you come from a Vice article that is like really
I'm going to be such a yapper this episode. I was already, before we were even in the episode, like I'm alive right now. I can taste the weekend in the air. It's good.
It's good, yeah.
It's good. It might be the gin in our drinks, but
I went to go buy the
air.
gin today on the way home from work, and the guy was like, how are you? And I was like, I'm good. And it was clear he had like, I think just started his shift because I was like the first person in his line, and he was like really like, I don't know, he had a lot of energy.
Sure,
and I was
jazzed to see you.
Yeah, I was like, I'm good. And like, I'm glad it's almost Friday. And he was like, I was like, how about you? And he was like, oh, well, today's my Monday. And I was like,
oh no.
I was like, oh God.
You meet those people and
I'm
you're
so
like,
sorry.
thank you for your service.
Working
'cause
at a liquor store?
You make my weekend possible.
Better. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So all of these stories are going to come from a Vice article. If you Google like Vice article family friends or something like that, it's also going to be linked in my sources, but my source list is rather large and there's not just one Vice article. So
Dope.
you might have to look through the titles a bit. But so this Vice article, all of the names also I'm going to mention are all fake names to protect the identities. That's something Vice did. That's not something
so
I did.
You're
Yeah.
using the fake names Vice.
The Vice gave them.
You didn't see Vice's fake names and then give
then
them your
change
own
different-
fake names.
No, that would be funny though.
So this one's name is Casey, completely coincidental. Kidding.
Womp womp. So
To womp womp your own husband is crazy.
he would never believe in QAnon, I think. Mark and Elena are in Chicago. They've been married for 20 years. I don't know a lot about Elena because of the whole circumstance for the reason this article is written.
Sure.
We're not gonna be able to give a lot of backstory on a lot of these people. But Mark has a master's degree in econ, spent 4 years in the military, and has also worked in healthcare. This is a quote from Elena. Quote, I knew he was prone to get hyper-focused on something and it would consume him for a long time before he would lose interest. At first it was a stock market, then video games, but then he started looking at the 9/11 footage on YouTube, especially the videos that claimed it was a setup and the towers and buildings nearly were purposefully demolished. He started watching, that was the end of that quote. He started watching Alex Jones' InfoWars and Fox News in an effort to, quote, find the truth, as he would tell Elena every night. He would then proceed to get frustrated when she wasn't as, like, invested in it as he
Right.
was, which is something, as someone with ADHD, I get a lot with Casey, where I'm like, but you don't understand the depth of this TikTok that I'm showing you?
And you were like, babes, 72 hours ago, you wouldn't have either.
Yeah. Casey's actually, like, I would actually not like to watch BoJack Horseman again because it made me sad. And I was like, that's the point. That's the beauty of it. Watch it with me. Anyway.
He's your Princess Caroline.
He really is. No, he is my Mr. Peanut Butter.
Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah.
100%. So Mark starts believing wilder and wilder things. Everything from school shootings and the Boston Marathon bombing are being faked by crisis actors. So far as when Elena told him that one of her coworkers had been injured in the Boston bombing, he told her that that coworker is not trustworthy and that she should be wary of him. Which is just a crazy thing to say about a victim of a marathon bombing.
This is going to be a really frustrating episode for them and a really difficult episode for me not to riff on because I know we need to treat these people with like kindness and compassion to get them away from this.
Critical compassion.
But there's so much material to riff on. First, if you share the same political beliefs as RFK, like that's already so much material to work with.
That's insane. So Elena, another quote from her. I don't know where he found QAnon or 4chan, but to him, it was the place where everything made sense and he met like-minded people who reinforced the conspiracies. After a while, Elena grows afraid to come home, afraid of what her husband might say or do. A quote from her, quote, I was coming home from work and I was so stressed when I walked in the door that I didn't want to be there and I'd linger at work longer just so I could have some peace and not have to go home. Just something to get my head together again so I could go home and be like, okay, I'm strong. I can face this. So then COVID hits and Mark gets deeper and Elena is put in a worse situation with lockdown, not being able to escape at work. She says, quote, lockdown was frightening. He announced one day that he wanted to buy a gun, and I told him I did not feel comfortable with a gun in the house and I would leave. He said he understands. A few days later, though, he comes home with a machete. Crazy choice.
It's just also kind of crazy that a man that deep would listen.
Yeah, true.
Well, you said, I thought you were going to say machine gun. Right.
No, machete.
And I was like, oh, wow. I mean, like.
You clearly still love your wife, but like.
Yeah, the I'll leave you is enough of a threat to be like, got it. Machete. Which.
Yeah. I almost wish it was like something more unhinged, like a chainsaw, you know, that's like still just as dangerous.
Goes
but
out
like,
to get a dog, comes back with a cat.
Yeah,
Like.
yeah, literally that kind of thing. Okay, so We're going to go.
Sorry, Chainsaw was legitimately funny. That was a really good scene. I'm like kind of catching up to what you tossed out. That was good.
Thank you. So before I continue in some of these stories, I'm going to talk a little bit about the basics of what QAnon believers believe. And we're going to go in depth in a second of like what actually detail-wise what they believe, and then what all of the little offshoots of QAnon believe. But this is the basic, is that there is a group of social and political elites running a child sex trafficking ring. Which, to be quite fair, is not unbelievable. Just that phrase, P. Diddy just got arrested. Jeffrey Epstein, like, had a whole thing. Like, these kinds of things have been uncovered, not to the scale that I think QAnon is suggesting. Where QAnon really goes off the rails, and I mean, I don't necessarily believe that any of this is true, but I'm saying, like, it is believable at this point. The ring is being facilitated by what they call the deep state. So if you ever heard deep state on, like, political commentators or, like, news cycles, this is what Republicans or the GOP are talking about when they refer to the deep state. It's essentially QAnon, at least as it is referenced now. I'm not sure if it had a different meaning maybe like 20 years ago. But another thing that most QAnon believers or followers believe, Trump is waging a war to expose this entire sex trafficking ring, and this will all eventually culminate in what they believe, or what they will call, quote, the storm. So for most believers, the storm is when everyone involved in the trafficking ring will be publicly condemned. And condemned could be a number of things. It could be that they're arrested. It could be that they're judged and sent to Guantanamo Bay. Some people believe it's going to be public executions. So it could be a whole number of things. And this is like social and political elites. So like celebrities in Hollywood, as well as like top liberal Democrats.
It's always liberals, though, right?
Yes,
okay.
100. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Feels like a bit of a red herring there.
We'll get to why that's so inherently problematic in a second. But so honestly, like I said, this doesn't sound like that hard to believe, especially with Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy. Now, the most common one-up on this basic belief is that it's not just sex labor trafficking, as you would probably assume, but it's a lot darker than that. So some people, what QAnon members who are maybe like one level deeper than just the basic sex trafficking ring, they will say that members of the ring use the children in, slight trigger warning, cannibalistic and satanic rituals, and the younger the child, the better. So if you believe that, it's also likely that you believe the people of the deep state are harvesting something called adrenochrome from these children. Do you know what adrenochrome is?
I think you vaguely mentioned it last week.
Maybe, yeah.
In like the amuse-bouche of this episode. Yeah. It's like the fountain of youth, essentially.
It's what they will... So it is an actual thing that your body will produce. It is oxidized adrenaline.
Okay.
And what they believe is that adrenochrome is being consumed by the people in the sex trafficking ring as a psychedelic fountain of youth situation.
So it's both a fountain of youth and you're getting high from it.
Yeah.
And it's liberal, progressive politicians who are doing this.
And people in Hollywood.
Have you seen liberal, progressive politicians?
Yeah.
I mean, like, if Chuck Schumer is drinking from the fountain of youth, he
would
needs
not
to start
look like
swimming
that.
in
Yeah,
it.
he needs to drink a lot more of that shit.
And I know
it's not convincing.
I know that's not like the issue with this theory,
but it's also like
an easy thing to kind of like, come on, like they're deeply aging.
Yeah, you can see it.
Harry Reid has passed away.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So adrenochrome is a real thing. It's oxidized epinephrine. Epinephrine is adrenaline. And in the real world, from my understanding, it does have a medical use. It's mainly used in promoting blood clotting. Okay. But it's not like just adrenochrome that's used. Adrenochrome is actually like unstable, and so it has to be bonded to. It has to be stabilized by binding to monosemi-carbazone, which then creates carbazone chrome, carbazochrome, and that's what's used to help blood clotting. I don't know.
So that's the real thing.
That's
that is
the real
used.
thing.
Okay, cool. I'm going to be asking that question a couple times.
Yeah.
Where is the actual kernel of truth? Hey! I know it's your episode that phrase is in my brain right now, but
good.
Cool. Sweet.
Yeah.
Good.
So QAnon, of course, doesn't I mean, I don't know if they acknowledge the fact that adrenochrome has an actual medical use, but what they believe is that people are harvesting adrenochrome from these children in the sex trafficking ring by creating spikes of fear in children and then taking their blood, and that's how they're harvesting it.
So it's like literally the most horrific thing you could like imagine, and they're like, this is real, this is what's happening.
That's not even the most horrific thing that I actually don't remember if I cut it or not. There is a couple things that are worse than that, but yes, this is what they're saying. So if you believe all of that, then it's also not a far leap to believe that the deep state is actually breeding children for this purpose, because the younger the better, and that there's a breeding site for babies in Haiti.
What?
Yeah. So that's a little bit of how you start with something that's like, yeah, that's a real life problem that we have. And then you slowly devolve into this sense of like, okay, that was a lot. But imagine if you're home alone during 2020, during COVID, you don't have a lot of contact with people, you hear about child sex trafficking and you start digging a little deeper and you spend like hours upon hours on it. And like, no, it shouldn't make sense to a logical person, but it's easy to see how those steps as you get deeper and deeper get crazier and crazier.
Sure.
Sorry, not crazier and crazier. More unhinged
detached
from reality.
Yeah. I will continue to extend grace to people, but this is
Crazy.
Very frustrating to me as a professional, because I did live alone during the pandemic, had at times hard time handling that. And through my job as an educator was hearing day to day legitimate stories of children suffering under those circumstances. And
with love, you do not have the personality type to fall into a cult. You are probably the least of my friends that I'm worried about potentially fall. We have friends, and you know,
oh, I know
exactly who.
Yeah,
there's a couple actually.
I've yelled at them.
Yeah,
the way I got FOMO for 0.5 seconds when you said that, because my brain.
You're like, wait, but I could.
My brain heard it as no one's going to invite you to the party, and then I'm like, no, it's literally a compliment
it's
being
actually
given to you right
you
now.
should not want to be invited to.
Like, I don't even believe in ghosts, which is controversial for me to say to our listeners.
You actually don't even want to know the truth. Truth sometimes when it is life altering. We got another comment on one of our Spotify episodes. I was like, Grant, this is the first time ever I have disagreed with you on something, and like went on a rant. And they're like, usually like you guys make good points, but this one was really hard, and it was very much said in love. But I was like, I mean, me, same.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get that that's not the universally held opinion, but it is deeply how I feel.
You are one of the most like unopen to like extraterrestrial or like paranormal kinds of ideas. Granted, if someone's like, yeah, I don't know that I think I actually might be gay after like living a lifetime of being very heteronormative, you'd be like, abso-fucking-lutely,
I believe that.
Yeah,
I've actually
100%.
always known that.
Yeah. That's where you're at.
And have I been on hikes where I felt like the wind said something to me? Yes, of course I have. But that's more, I don't know.
Vibes.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's just legitimately Colorado's a beautiful place to live.
I think that's also probly like brain chemistry.
Thank you for being like, you're so close-minded you don't even believe in aliens.
Yeah. You're a mouse on a plane.
Because like every single thing you have said to me so far, I'm like, there's 18 reasons why that's not true.
Yeah.
The first just being the world.
Why?
Also, I'm sorry. And I said I'm going to yap a little bit during this episode. And if it's 5 hours, they've expressed love in that. Like the thing is,
as long as you're okay with that, like, that's my biggest concern.
When I start doing the Mad Eye Moody stare at you, as I like stay with you.
The issue is that the stuff at the end is the most important, Grant.
Okay. Well, then I'll keep this quippy.
No, you don't need to.
I like the frustrating thing too is they get so close to the truth.
Like there is a sex trafficking issue.
Right. Like there is legitimately an issue of people with money and influence engaging in like human trafficking, sex work that is not like consensual for the sex worker, right? Like there is that issue. There's also an issue of money and people who have money and corporations who have money having too much influence in this country. And I wouldn't be shocked if some of those people who have money and thus political influence are also friends with people who engage. Like that is all true. Like, and I do believe that there's maybe a little bit of like helping cover that, like making it harder to discover things like that. Do I think that's the whole purpose of the federal government? Have you met the federal government?
The federal government is actually like really ineffective in a lot of spheres.
Like we're deeply proud of Reality Winner, and she got caught like
Yeah.
right away, you know? Like,
Yeah.
have you met a government worker? They're like nice people. They're like slightly more likely to go to church.
Yeah.
Like they can't keep a secret, get a martini in them, right?
Yeah, that's really real. Yeah, that's true.
Anyways.
Okay. So I just kind of ran through some of the basics of what QAnon believes. So I also mentioned there's the sex trafficking, and it all is going to culminate in the storm, as they refer to it. If you believe that Trump is working to oust these people, then it's not hard to make the leap that the storm is not just the arrest and sending them to Guantanamo Bay, but also the public execution of these people. And then after that, it's not hard to believe in, quote, the Great Awakening, which is believed to come after the storm, wherein like everyone's minds are going to open up to the truth of reality. And
not mine. Sorry.
Clearly not. And then everyone is going to come to the people who like were fighting for QAnon, being like, oh my God, thank you so much for like fighting for us.
So
that's
they're
my
like,
general understanding
you
of it.
have secret knowledge about the evils of this world and eventually will be exposed. And you, as a person who knew it before the storm, will then be praised.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
And then we can maybe decide later in the evening if we need to cut it.
Okay.
But that's very much like early adoption of a lot of religions. Like I can explain the world to you, and at some point in the near future, there's going to be a big event. But you, who believed me now, will be like saved or praised or exalted or whatever.
Yeah.
Because of your early belief.
So one of the big things, there's 3 common like threads throughout all conspiracy theories, and like one of them is like the, I don't know, awakening to the truth, and also like saving of the people, you know? And I don't know where some of that falls into like flat earthers or whatever. But conspiracy theories like this, especially like governmental conspiracy theories or religious conspiracy theories. The other big thing that was like of note to me, I didn't write any of this down. This was stuff I found out like maybe an hour ago, is a sense of urgency. And so I think this is probably what makes it hard for some QAnon people to come out of it, because not only are they going to have to realize that they're going to have to go back to their family and friends if they choose to do so and say like, I was wrong,
right?
Which is like damn near impossible. But they also have to give up on the idea that like they're saving their family. And that, so like their family is on one side saying, oh, well, don't worry, like Brian or whoever will come back to us. And then on the other side, Brian is like, don't worry, eventually they'll come back to me.
And I wish I could reach out to these people and be like, I've seen people make this transition when they leave teaching.
Yes.
Because they go into teaching thinking, the person who cares the most in the world, will finally fix education. Yeah. And then in one day, 1 month, 1 year, a decade, whatever, like the reality of you being one person in a larger system hits you. And you now have to kind of be like, I couldn't do it. And I don't get all of the added social benefits I was getting when I thought I was going to be able to do it.
Right.
But also real quick, like if this is like early set, like religious kind of behavior, then that means they're the QAnon apostles. And that means we could have had like a future scenario where it's like a reading from the book of MAGA in Denver 420 guy.
I was really hoping you would say a username, because that's really all I fucking wanted. There is a book that was like the second bestseller on Amazon for a while. One of the podcasts I listened to, just like, it was a comedy podcast, and they just like gave each other like random pages to read from out of this book, and it was actually hilarious. It's linked in the show notes. But each chapter is written by a different person, and it's usually they refer to them by the username that they have on whatever message board.
Right.
And they all have Patreons.
Oh.
Isn't that insane?
That's fascinating.
Yeah. I want to know how much they're making, but I also don't want to look.
Like each one of those users, and these are QAnon users.
Yeah.
And so there was a book written exposing it?
No, there's a book written by them to the people.
So they're literally QAnon apostles.
Yeah.
They are Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Leviticus.
Yeah.
And Psalm.
That was good. That was really good.
Religious trauma.
Yes.
And that's what makes us so funny, because we did read the book.
We did.
And then we came to our conclusions.
My favorite thing was when I commented on that lady's Instagram post saying, love when Christians do a little witchcraft, and people were like, read the Bible. And I was like, I have.
I listen, like my church ran this whole certification process called confirmation. I
forget that we're both Lutheran. That's beautiful. That's really good.
Listen, don't come at me, honey. I wrote the Lord's Prayer on a pillowcase that we then some reason hung up on my wall instead of putting around a pillow. I don't think so, honey. Okay, I know who gave us this day our daily bread. Okay.
I had to pick a Bible verse for my confirmation. And I'll find it for you. I don't remember what it was.
Be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened or dismayed.
Is that what yours was?
Yeah, and then I did my speech about it, and I lost the speech contest, and then wasn't able to give it to everyone else, and that was all I was. Like,
and now he's gay.
In truth, all I was really working for was like, let's pick the most emotionally loaded quote, and I whiffed. I missed it. I swung and I missed. Went to a pretty little blonde girl, who talked about, I think I have a softball injury. So
okay,
it was her time.
So anyway,
where are we?
I don't know.
Boy, I did not think we were going to get this quickly into.
Yep. So the powerful thing about all of the steps that I just laid out in like a potential QAnon belief, like falling down the rabbit hole, as they would say, is that it's that if any of those steps are too hard for you to believe and you can't go to the next one, that's okay, because you still believe in QAnon.
That's very Lutheran. I get that. I get it.
Yeah.
Hey, you're here. And that really is
That's
like 80%
matters.
of it.
Yeah. My favorite quote as I started like college and stuff, I was still going to church every once in a while, but not like super common, was like, going to church makes you a Christian as much as sitting in a garage makes you a car.
Sure.
And I love that.
Unless, of course, you're Lutheran.
Then you're here, babes. You're here. So I think one of the more dangerous things about Q is that not everyone needs to have the same belief system. So there are the extremists like Marjorie Taylor Greene that believe space lasers cause wildfires or that the hurricanes are targeted or whatever.
But Democrats created hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then there are some QAnon members that are like, we genuinely think that the political and social elites, mainly leftists, are involved in a underground sex trafficking ring. And like, that's the range,
Even
which
though
is
literally
wild.
so many Republicans have been charged with soliciting or actually having sex with underage persons.
I'm not arguing about the reality of any of that because it's all wrong a little bit for sure. But so that's kind of the scary part, is that at no point is any Q person going to be like, well, you're not devout enough. They're going to be like, they'll probably still argue, but no one's going to argue whether or not you're a follower of Q.
I cannot wait until we have like Baptist QAnoners and born again QAnoners, because that's how the Protestant Reformation started, baby. And now we have something called Calvinists, okay?
Girl, yeah. Okay, so
my history, I don't know if I was fully right about that, by the way. That is not a super strong area in my history education degree, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
I would like some room to tell my story now, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, I thought we were.
Kidding. Okay. So many people who have, now kind of back to the Vice article, many people who have family or loved ones fall into the QAnon rabbit hole are resentful. In one of the Vice articles, someone who has a loved one that's fallen into Q says, quote, "I wish there was someone out there I could find and beat the shit out of for tearing my family apart." End quote.
Yeah.
One woman had a marriage fall apart due to the belief in Q, and not just due to the belief, but the complete detachment from reality. Here's a quote from her. "His entire personality changed. He was really angry about Hillary Clinton, but also angry about people who cut him off in traffic." They refer to her as Emily in the Vice article. Emily says, "It took me 4 different conversations about me divorcing him for it to stick. He would bring up Trump during our conversations about our marriage ending." They're like so divorced from reality. So divorced from reality that they can't think about divorce. Sorry. It's been a long couple weeks.
I'm laughing at Maia stumbling into that, seeing what she stumbled into, smiling, beep, beep, like backing up to the start of the sentence and then really like getting after it.
Thank you. I've been in QAnon for a while now, guys. I would really like to get out of it.
You're
actually
ready to leave it.
Yeah, I need to leave. Okay, so one husband watched while his wife completely changed. Quote, "She's a really educated person. She's been a teacher for almost 30 years. She has a master's degree. She's going to school every day teaching children. She's pretty well respected in the community. It's almost like someone took over her brain." End quote. It can be dangerous to be the victim, not just dangerous to the people surrounding them or the community around them. One set of sisters remember how their mother's journey with QAnon landed the mother in a mental institution. In late 2018, one sister had to call the other and tell her that their mother, quote, had landed herself in a mental institution, being found in the street in the middle of the night, stark naked. Their mother started talking about entities and acting paranoid, thinking that someone was listening in on all of their conversations slightly before ending up in the institution. Between 2018 and 2021, when this article was published, their mother had been in and out of hospitals and is medicated, although the consistency of taking those medications seems to be a little, seems to vary. And the mother still believed in 2021 that she is the reason the election went to Biden because she wore a blue dress on Inauguration Day. And also,
what?
Yeah. And also
after the election?
Yeah, Inauguration Day. So a lot of Q believed that despite Biden winning the election, that Trump would take power on Inauguration Day. And so one of the sisters also recounts that when she finally told her mom, like, hey, I'm Democratic, I'm voting for Joe Biden, that she like actually broke down crying.
Yeah.
So some victims also don't even know that they're following QAnon, which is crazy. One husband about his wife, the wife's name that they're referring to her in the article is Leona. Quote, Leona, for instance, is a devout Lutheran and mother of 4 whose descent into QAnon happened in secret but came to light a year ago. Her husband, Ray, told Vice News, Leona insists she doesn't follow QAnon despite espousing the very same conspiracies about Trump, the deep state, and the cabal of elites as Q has for years. Another quote from Ray, I don't believe that she'll ever come out of it because I feel like if she were to come out of it in some way, it would involve some serious damage to her because she would have to reevaluate her worldview. And for some people, that can be traumatic. So that takes us back to Dr. Lalick's term moral injury, that like when you come out, you don't just come out, you have to also accept your own complicity in these situations. So it's also not uncommon for people to fall into QAnon without realizing it. So some supporters are recruited by reading Q drops, which we will go into more detail about in a bit. But as Vice puts it, quote, there are various reasons why people who spout QAnon conspiracies don't identify with QAnon, but it mostly stems from the fact that the vast majority of people who would typically be described as QAnon followers have not come to the movement directly by reading the Q drops posted on 4chan and 8chan. Instead, they've been radicalized by a lighter version of QAnon that plays up the claims about saving children from the clutches of evil elites. While George, one of the family members that's interviewed, while George's mother was radicalized through her evangelical Christian groups, most believers get radicalized through social media. So because the views of QAnon are constantly morphing as like time changes and the political like field kind of changes, it allows for Christians, especially intentionally or not, to pick and choose what to follow, so new beliefs don't clash with old ones. Do you know what that's called?
I'm like a selective filter or selective bias. What is it called?
Cognitive dissonance.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Which we'll talk about in greater detail in a bit. But cognitive dissonance is, for example, if you're a Christian and you start like following Q and maybe one of Q's statements or something doesn't totally align with your personal belief, cognitive dissonance kind of says that you will probably most likely fall back on your belief. However, this works kind of in the opposite direction, where if you like really are adamant about your belief in the Q drops and QAnon and all of those beliefs that come with it, and then someone else comes along and says, well, that's not true because of this, this, and this. So that kind of rubs up against what you believe because of Q. Your tendency is going to be to fall back on what you believe. And
the 10 seconds I was spinning on my phone, I was trying to pull it up. You might have it. I saw relatively recently this article from like a watchdog group or maybe even the federal government about the percent of information online today that is intentionally misinformation from foreign actors. It's probably Media Matters. Probably something like that. Yeah. They're sourced a lot. I don't know if I've sourced that exact thing. But do you know what the percentage is? I don't. I just remember seeing it and it was like it's an insane high amount. There is actually an organization that is called it's called Sim. It's in my at the very bottom of my notes because I never actually SABMYK. Okay. SABMYK. That
one of their purposes, I think, I didn't do a ton of digging, so if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, is to generate misinformation.
Yeah.
And they're definitely, or Dr. Lalick considers them a cult because they have like rules, and one of those rules being that you can't get vaccinated, if you remember. So let's go. Okay. So I kind of divided up this episode into very specific sections. It's kind of nice not covering like something that happens over the course of time, like I don't know, like Victor Hugo, like in such and such a year he did this. Because this one I can like kind of like divide it into sections, like these are all the things related to this topic or whatever. And so this section is just the general history and setup of QAnon.
Nice. Okay, cool.
So we can't understand QAnon without first understanding Pizzagate. And we had this conversation a bit last night.
Yeah.
You don't really know anything about Pizzagate, correct?
What I know is that they believed something was happening in the basement and someone was shot, I think, when they tried to like uncover it, like an innocent person. I did
do a little bit of digging. I'm not sure if someone was shot. I don't think anyone was killed because nothing came up in that. Okay. There was an incident where someone did bring in a gun and shoot off a couple things, but I don't know if anyone was hurt. I don't think so. So truthfully, I don't really understand how Pizzagate happened. I did a decent amount of digging in comparison to the rest of the digging I did. And this one, I just like, after a certain amount of time, I was like, I don't follow the train of thought here. But we'll talk through what I found. So Pizzagate, this is what I wrote while I was frustrated about this. It seems like the red string in this particular concoction is thinner than spiderweb silk and certainly not as strong. I feel good about that.
She's getting real poetic lately. Deep cut.
Yes.
Keep going.
So November of 2016, I believe WikiLeaks released emails from Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, John Podesta. So it looks like it says November 2016, but it looks like the first Pizzagate post was made October 29th, 2016. So I don't know if there's like a rounding error or what the actual chronology was, but it looks like the first Pizzagate post was made October 29th, 2016 on Facebook. This is a day after the FBI director at the time said that they're reopening the investigation into Hillary Clinton using a private email server while she was serving as Secretary of State, which is a big thing. Lock her up. Like, I don't know
for this one crime that's apparently unforgivable and has released a curse for 8 years and was also like kind of a standard practice at the time, but whatever.
And also like Trump had documents in his bathroom, but whatever.
Right.
So allegedly the data from the server had been found on former Representative Anthony Weiner's computer. And Anthony Weiner is the husband of one of Clinton's close aides, Huma Abedin. Is that how you pronounce it?
And Anthony Weiner also used to be, I think, a New York congressman representative who had his own little nude leak situation and maybe infidelity. But yeah,
Next
Huma was
sentence, he was caught sending lewd messages to a 15-year-old.
Okay, I didn't know how old she was, but I do remember his name was literally like Anthony Weiner. And he had this like gorgeous like wife who was like chief of staff for Hillary. And it was just like...
Not cute.
No.
So these emails that were leaked caught the attention of the, quote, prankster sites and people on the paranoid fringes. Actually, Anonymous might have had something to do with the leaks.
Okay.
I'm not 100% on that. Anyway, so basically in these emails, there's a name brought up, James Alefantis. James Alefantis owns a pizza joint in Washington, D.C. That pizza joint is called Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria. And James also happens to be a big Democratic supporter, raising and donating money to both Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton's campaigns. And he was also at some point in a relationship with a man named David Brock, who's a well-known liberal commentator and author, and also the founder of one of the websites called Media Matters that I sourced quite a few times in this while creating this episode. It's a media watchdog group, essentially. They do kind of analysis on like, hey, how many times did Trump share QAnon related posts in from this date to this date, and so forth and so on. It's just
aspiring for a more truthful,
and it's not just GOP stuff. Like they try and stay relatively neutral, I think, on some of those things. So when people saw James Alefantis' name in these emails, they were curious because they were like, this person has clearly never met Hillary. And so obviously his name was brought up in connection to the fundraisers, not because they're like BFFs or whatever. And then it seems like bam, sex trafficking ring in the basement of that pizzeria.
What?
It's
That's
truly
the jump?
It's so there's
This
a few,
poor man raised some money for a national Democratic candidate.
So there's a few, again, very thin red strings connecting the dots. So what they believe is that email was actually a code, and so they decoded it, quote unquote, and they believe that the email is actually trying to talk about a sex trafficking ring operating in the basement of a pizzeria, involving the Clintons and a lot of other top Democrats. And then people were looking at James Alefantis's and the pizzeria's like Instagram, and there's a photo of, I think, literally a kid in a basket, like as a cute little thing. And
Right, like a birthday party or whatever.
yeah, and so James actually said this in one of the news interviews he gave. He gave a bunch of them around the time that this all broke. Quote, sometimes an innocent picture of a child in a basket is just an innocent picture of a child in a basket and is not proof of a child sex trafficking ring.
Right.
Which is an insane sentence.
Yes.
To have to like say and read.
Especially if you are not a person necessarily yourself in a national media narrative, right? Like it's one thing if you're like, I'm a national commentator, if I'm Wolf Blitzer, right? Or former anchor Don Lemon, right?
Yeah.
Or like I'm running for office, right?
Yeah.
Like you never know what you're going to get accused, right? We've kind of accepted that politics is dirty, but this is literally a guy who like makes pizza, helps hold children's birthday parties because he owns a pizzeria and donates some money.
So also a thing to note, so people are like, you are operating a sex child trafficking ring out of your basement. The pizzeria doesn't even have a basement.
Ugh.
So anyway,
It's just like, because then what do you even say to that, right?
yeah, you're like that's not even possible. But then they're like, well,
it's
you're clearly hiding
obviously
it.
not true, but when it's like not even like
It's not even possible.
It's like bad fan fiction.
Yeah.
Like authors who spend full weeks trying to figure out if towels existed in like 1818 or whatever. And they're like, yes. And then someone's like, actually towels weren't around until 1825, right? And they're just like, there's a basement thing happening. And he was like, no basement.
Literally no basement. Yep. So I cannot remember the article I got this information from, but basically I think the people in this article did like a whole investigative journalism thing like Grant with Reality Winner, and they try and
thank you so much. I really like to make my episode. Thank you so much. Thanks.
They try and trace the like internet kind of like trail back to where Pizzagate really started, because I think everyone can kind of see that jump
Right.
does not make logical sense. And so they trace it back to a Facebook user, Carmen Katz, who wrote, quote, my NYPD source said it's much more vile and serious than classified material on Wiener's device. The email detail the trips made by Wiener, Bill, and Hillary on their pedophile billionaire friend's plane, the Lolita Express. Yep, Hillary has a well-documented predilection for underage girls. Crazy that she said predilection and wrote it correctly and then didn't like put S's on the right words.
Well,
And then said, we're taking an international child enslavement. We're talking an international child enslavement and sex ring.
no, we're not.
No, we're not,
Like
babes.
we're literally no, we're not.
Where did you get international?
I actually think.
Where did you get any of that information?
So listen, this is going to shock you, but about 20 minutes ago, Maia gave me a compliment when she said I'm like the least likely person in her friend group to fall into a cult. And I've been like really percolating on that since then. And I'm like,
Grant gets a compliment and he's like, oh.
I live alone. I am like, I actually think I'm the best person in the world to be a teacher, because I'll hear the craziest stuff every day. They're like the most unbased in reality things from these children. And I'll be like, no, you're not. That's not true. That's not true. You know, like,
But girl, no.
right. Exactly. But like, not only will I be like, that's not true. Like, I'll also kind of like bully you a little for it, because I'm also savagely funny. Right. And you stepped into the arena, and you
My
should know
favorite thing
not
is
to
when
say that
you
out loud.
don't know things, though, because you act so confident.
All the time.
And then there was one time you're like, well, what if I refinance my current home loan and then use that on a new home?
Right.
And Lydia and Jacob and I were like,
for the record, I am not done with that thought. Like, I know it's not there, but I might be coming up with a new style of mortgage. Stay tuned.
I felt
It's
so dumb.
called Two Mortgages.
Because Grant is just so confident sometimes that I'm like, am I the stupid one? And
I've heard that before from
Yeah.
people. I've definitely heard that before from
And I
people.
looked at Lydia and Jacob and they were both confused. And I was like, okay, I'm not the idiot. Okay. Anyway, I just had to knock you down. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So when this Carmen Katz was asked about the post, she was very difficult to reach by this like investigative journalist team.
Oh, crazy.
Because it turns out
It's just a random Facebook post, right?
Yeah, there is no Carmen Katz in the state that she lives in. I can't remember. It was Missouri. Missouri, I have it written down.
So a woman in Missouri claims to have a friend in the NYPD.
Yeah.
And he's telling her what's on Anthony Weiner's laptop. And no one's calling the sniff dogs to sniff that one out. The drug hounds to find
Well, here's
the bag of Delulu she has stuffed in the couch.
Here's the thing. If you hadn't heard about any of the child sex trafficking up until like literally right now, and you're being told just like point blank, there's a sex trafficking ring in this restaurant, your first instinct like might not be to fact check it. It could be to like, oh my God, like, is that real? Let me look up other things related to child sex trafficking in restaurants.
I'm going to tell you an equally unbelievable line, and you let me know when you know it's a lie. My friend in the London Police Department.
You don't have a friend.
Thank you so much. Correct. Because people who are like, my friend in NYPD, it's like you have a sister who also was traumatized by her parents in the same way you were. And then people who wait for you to leave at work for you to talk about you. Okay. You don't have a friend in New York. Okay. I was going to say friends in the London Police Department. And apparently there's like loads of guys who are interested in me out there in London. But you're right. The lie was I have a friend in London.
It's the only place we've been recognized together. So I believe it.
If you ran the marathon with me, you would have also been recognized.
I had a problem with my hip and was also drinking champagne with Kelsey. So
the red string of spider
is just
web.
so thin. Okay, so the article I read is like tracking her down. Turns out she's not actually Carmen Katz, but she is Cynthia Campbell. She is Cynthia Campbell. And her Facebook, she claims when she's approached in person, I actually think they like knock on her door and she doesn't answer. And then later she finally responds to like texts and emails or whatever. And she's like, my Facebook was hacked.
Of course it was.
And I'm actually a Democrat in Missouri. And I'm actually like terrified in general to say what my political like affiliation is because of where it's like South Missouri.
Right.
And then afterwards, the crew is like, okay, so sorry, that like really sucks. And then she starts sending a bunch of harassing text messages to them being like, how dare you come after me, an innocent person? And all of these things sound like the original thing. So I think there may be a touch of neurodivergence is what I'll say.
Or just like something like A equals B equals C, like 2 + 3 = 12 over there.
It
like
sounds...
what?
Things from the very little amount that I know, it sounds a lot like bipolar. It could be bipolar. That's like me almost giving her the benefit of the doubt, or it could just be her not wanting to take accountability and like finding the best way out. So another potential start to Pizzagate is a username, literally all one word, fat old man.
Okay. Nice. Good.
On a message board called The Rant, like THEE rant. It's a New York cop message board. And this is the post. And there's a lot of, those brackets that like journalists will use when they need to like correct something or like make it more readable. There's a lot of those in this.
Okay.
And they're mostly just letters that weren't capitalized. So the feds, this is the post, quote, the feds were forced to reopen the Hillary email case because apparently the NYPD sex crimes unit was involved in the Weiner case. Fat old man wrote, quote, on his laptop, they saw emails. They notified the FBI. Feds were afraid that NYPD would go public, so they had to reopen or be accused of a cover-up. And that was posted a few hours before Carmen Katz, aka Cynthia Campbell, posted hers. So it's unclear as to like who started what, or if someone saw something.
News broke about Anthony Weiner, and all across the country,
people were
the worst people you've ever seen at work started to write fan fiction.
Yes, I personally think that the rant one probably is the instigator, because apparently after this was posted to the message board, it was then shared on Facebook to a Facebook law enforcement group. And then that was also shared on Twitter. I'm not sure what Cynthia's post was shared to. I'm sure it was shared to something. But either way, they both like really kind of broke the internet. So the consequences of Pizzagate. The pizza joint in question had a lot of employees get doxxed and sent death threats to the point where James Alefantis had to call the FBI and got no help from the FBI. And this is a quote now from James. Quote, "It turns out you can say anything about anyone online. It's your First Amendment right to terrorize." So there's also some connection to a Turkish political scandal that I read and didn't have time to go into. There's another pedophilia issue in Turkey around the same time, and people in Turkey were like, see, if you don't care about this, you need to care about this, something like that. Anyway, a lot of tweets and social posts were written in Turkish, but then referenced like hashtag Pizzagate, and so that really boosted its visibility at the time. And so this is all in like November.
And for US based users, it's like proof of a larger scheme.
Yeah.
It's all global, and that's a country.
Yes.
You know?
That's a country.
God damn it.
So that was early November 2016. December 2016, a man, I think this is probably what you had heard about, Edgar Madison Welch, raided the shop with an AR-15, a 38 gauge handgun, and a folding knife in an attempt to rescue the trafficked children. Mind you, before he went, he like tried to rally his like guy friends to come with him, and all of them kind of were like, no, that's crazy.
Right.
What you
You're
just
about
said.
to create a crime.
That's not a thing that you should be doing. And he was like, fine, I'll do it myself, basically. And so he goes in trying to rescue the trafficked children. Throughout the raid, he found no children. He did shoot his gun 3 times, one of which was to unlock a locked door. I'm not sure what the other 2 shots were fired at.
Wild.
I didn't see anything that said he hurt anyone. I could be mistaken. Anyway, he did, I think he did go to court. I'm not sure what his sentence was. And then in January of 2019, so like several years later, the pizza is set on fire by a man named Ryan Jaseleskis. And that guy did face some amount of time.
Arson charges.
Literally arson. But he said, I think he admitted to doing it in the name of Q or QAnon. Pizzagate eventually turns into pedogate and then kind of like fizzles out. And then it resurges in 2020, specifically with COVID and TikTok, like kind of having its like big rise. In 2020, Pizzagate reached about 80 million people, which is insane to me. October of 2017, we're going back a little bit in time. So now we've kind of covered Pizzagate. Do you feel like you understand Pizzagate?
I don't know if Pizzagate could be understood.
Yeah, no,
but
that's fair.
I think I know more about it.
Okay, cool. We're going to go back in time now to October 2017. An anonymous poster called Q Clearance Patriot posted the first of what would eventually be around 5,000 messages, which would eventually be known as Q drops or breadcrumbs.
And this is, their username is what again?
Q Clearance Patriot. Like the letter Q Clearance Patriot.
Okay.
Yes. And all of these are being posted. I think maybe they started on Reddit and then they moved to 4chan. I have it written that they were just on 4chan to start with. I don't think that's true, but I didn't get the details on that. So if you remember, Grant, I've covered another episode where 4chan is brought up. Do you remember what it was?
I mean, not last week's.
It was Good Cop, Bad Cop, because Anonymous.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Starts on 4chan. Yes.
Yes.
Do you remember why Anonymous is called Anonymous?
Because it's an organization, not an individual.
Because you don't need to make an account to post. And so if you just post, your username is like defaulted to
Anonymous.
Anon or Anonymous.
Okay.
Yes. And so people would just make default or have default usernames. And with all social media, there is always a desire to go viral.
Right.
And
I mean, we get that.
Yeah, stop calling me racist though, guys. Just kidding. None of you do that. If you're still here, you definitely don't.
Are we still referencing that One World Globe video?
I think about it a lot.
I think about the money that it gave us.
Oh, it did give us perfect timing while we're both in London. It was good. It was good.
We were expensive.
Yeah. I was like, people are going to hate on me. I'm going to have another Aperol Spritz.
I'm going to have one of those little croissant cupcake things that we had full of Nutella. Remember when it just literally blew up in my hand? We got to get back.
I was still so anxious after that woman I thought was trying to cut us in line. And then turns out she just wanted to take a selfie
and
with us.
We still have never seen it.
Yeah. I know I look terrified in that image.
What? Anyways.
So with all social media, there's always a desire to go viral. And with 4chan, 4chan's kind of known for being like free speech, you know? And so there's not a lot of bounds on the types of things that you can post, like with Reddit, Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Like Instagram, you post a picture of a female nipple and you're like, and your account is gone, you know? And so 4chan is like, post whatever you want. And the go-to tends to be shock baiting to get more attention. As with, I don't know if you've seen like rage baiting now on like...
It's another reason why I limited my TikTok time.
Yeah, Instagram, there's one account that drives me insane, but I like their videos because they post these recipes that are like really accessible and like really good, but they intentionally horrifyingly mispronounce some word right at the beginning. And if you ever look at their comments, all you see is like, I can't believe they pronounce it. And they're doing it for a reason, babes.
It's a genius strategy.
I mean, they have a ton of engagement. So,
and that's why this week's episode is on QAnon.
Yes, QAnon.
QAnon.
They don't even deserve to have their name pronounced correctly. So. It's gonna be stuck in my head for the rest of the night. Okay. There is a podcast I listened to that interviewed an ex-QAnon member. I am not going to try and pronounce their name. It seems like an Indian name. They're an Australian person that then I think were studying abroad here. They were a Bernie Sanders supporter who then got drawn into QAnon, which is just like a crazy like...
Yeah, it's a lot of world perspectives.
Yes, a lot of world perspectives. Anyway, when they were talking to this person about 4chan, he said the phrase cream of the crap. I am never gonna not think about that.
I am choosing, dear listener, not to say the things that my creative mind is already generating.
Give me one.
I mean, that's definitely an ingredient in some casserole.
Yeah. Cream of crap.
My mom makes a mean cream of crap casserole, but she uses turkey in hers.
Okay. So this person calls 4chan the cream of the crap.
Nice.
And I like actively tried not to do a lot of research into the kinds of things that make 4chan the cream of the crap because I had heard stories and I just kind of wanted to fact check it. And I maybe saw some things I wish I could not have read.
Right.
A lot of these things seem to maybe have been pranks in a form of rage baiting, but that doesn't change the fact that they were posted and it took long enough for them to get removed that they made an impact. Sure,
and they spread.
Yeah, so I'm going to give a trigger warning if you don't want to hear it. Fast forward like maybe a minute or something like that. So some of the things that happened on 4chan, leaking of nudes. I won't say the age of the people in these nudes, but let's say it's a wide range.
Okay, including an illegal age, I'm assuming?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So murderers and mass shooters alike posting manifestos before their crimes happen. A murderer allegedly posting a photo of a dead body that they had just murdered. Cybering to the point of self-harm. Someone I think posted at some point like, hey, just so you know, it's a lot harder to strangle someone than you think with like a photo attached. Anyway.
Oh my God.
That's the end of that. We're going to talk worse
no
ones
wonder
in a
you
second.
went out of this story. Oh my God.
Yeah. So a lot of these could have been pranks and were probably eventually taken down because 4chan actually does have a few rules. And I think that the main rule is stop breaking US law. I think. Sure. And
yeah.
So Q is on 4chan.
Of course.
If they started on Reddit and then ended up on 4chan, whatever. Q claims to be a high-level government insider with quote-unquote Q-level clearance, which is like higher than high. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's actually a real clearance level. But this level of clearance was given to Q by the Department of Energy.
What? Sorry.
Yeah, correct.
I'm just immediately like dumb and wrong and bad and obviously wrong and dumb. Bad, like, is that like
bad and dumb.
I'm a creative person, not even a good lie. Like, not even an interesting, compelling lie. I feel,
I don't know. So he would, Q, I'm going to refer to Q as he probably just by default because it seems more reasonable to me.
Demographics are what they are.
Yeah. Q would post in code under the pretense that Q doesn't want to get in trouble with the information that they're releasing, but also says that they've been tasked with releasing this information. So that's cool.
So I'm supposed to release this. There's other people in the government who want you to know this, but I can't be public about it because of other reasons.
Because I can't get fired. And also you need to work a little bit. Like it can't just be publicly available.
You got to connect the dots.
You got to connect the dots on your own, which is actually probably one of the big things that make QAnon so palatable to some people is that you feel like you're like
solving a mystery.
Yes.
Sorry. It's just like, it's absolutely giving J.K. Rowling starting her third book, realizing it's going to be a series, and now trying desperately to connect the first two books together.
Womp womp. So yeah, Q's posting in code. This is not necessarily uncommon in 4chan though. So previous to Q Clearance Patriot ever posting, there had also been others posting as HLI Anon, which stood for High Level Insider Anon, WHI Anon, White House Intern Anon. Wild that you want to be an intern.
Right. Or that you think the White House interns do
anything of value.
Is this during the Trump administration?
This is 2017.
Yeah, so the
yes.
Trump administration. So then I know for a fact, come for me for this. I interned in Washington, D.C. I have life experience on this. They are interning for the White House because their family donated an X amount of dollars, okay? I'm sorry. Maybe
or
this
their
is...
grant.
Maybe... No, I mean, that's what I was about to say. What I'm building to is this. Every single Democrat I interned with in Washington, D.C. was like, I actually founded an organization dedicated to helping like the unhoused or like immigrants or refugees or like expanding healthcare access. And all of the Republican interns I met in Washington, D.C. were like, well, my dad and the congressman go golfing every Sunday and I really needed this to get into the law school. So, you know, I'm here, but like I'm mainly just here to smoke grape swishers. And none of them got paid by their congressmen because none of them needed to get paid by their congressmen.
That's infuriating.
Listen, it was actually a great summer, but it did.
I know you've talked about it quite a bit.
Thanks. It did further radicalize me in my own political beliefs.
That's fair.
Thanks.
So we have HLI Anon, WHI Anon, which is Grant, FBI Anon,
Works
and
for the
then
Senate.
CIA Anon. So all of these people would kind of say similar things of like, I can't say too much, but I need to get this information out, but you still need to like decode it. Several times, actually, this was a prank, or people would prank the people who were posting like this.
I'm actually going to go ahead and say 100% of the time it was a prank.
I'm actually not sure.
Okay, great.
I'm not sure if the poster was pranking or if people were pranking the poster back.
Good.
Like, I think there's an important distinction there. But
an important place for the crumbling of our democracy to start.
So some people on the board, on the message boards would play along, like, for example, posting back like, CIA Anon, did I just see you in the break room? And like have a whole game of like trying to get these people to break.
The way we would actually be sassy that way towards each other unintentionally.
Oh, yeah.
Jacob being QAnon really tracks right now.
Yeah. He's waiting for someone to engage with him.
He's very funny.
Yeah. So people would have a lot of fun trying to get these particular Anons to try and slip up. Not saying that it's fun, but showing how Q had the possibility to not be taken seriously on these channels. So everyone's trying to decipher the codes together, which makes everyone kind of feel like they're included and working on a cute little group project, but also trying to like out-compete each other at the same time.
Do you think 4chan, regular 4chan users also have a large friend group?
No.
Okay.
Duh. Yeah, no. Given the reason that people join 4chan, no.
There's always exceptions that prove the rule, but then there is still the rule.
Yeah. I'm the first to say that. And I've always said that. So people who dedicate time to deciphering the coded message, and if you'll remember, they refer to them as Q drops and or breadcrumbs. And so they'll refer to themselves as the people that like trying to code them as bakers. And so the original bakers, there goes this with his tray like always.
I mean, it's giving baker with his tray like always.
So the original few bakers became like micro celebrities in the Q world. So these are the kinds of people that would end up with the Patreon and writing a paragraph.
Or reading from the book of HIL intern.
Yes.
For 2019-69.
__. Exclamation point. So it does actually seem, and this is where things get a little interesting, that Q's first post didn't get a lot of traction. Like people, it had the very real possibility of completely going under the radar and no one noticing it.
Time machine people.
Time machine.
There it is.
Except that there were 3 specific people that paid a lot of attention to Q.
I bet one of them's Elon Musk.
No. I wish. 2 of them are moderators on 4chan, and then one of them is a conspiracy theorist YouTuber. It's Paul Ferber, Coleman Rogers. Those are the 2 moderators. And then the last one is Tracy Diaz, who is a conspiracy YouTuber. They all kind of shared it on other social media platforms and encourage people to engage with it. And that's what really jump-started Q. So that was 2017. 2018, 4chan becomes too hostile. I don't know what that means. Truly, I don't know what that means. Are like people being mean to Q? Is Q being too hostile? Are the QAnon members being I don't know what that means.
Is 4chan hostile to the QAnon conspiracy? Know that they can't control it? I've seen that Disney movie.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. One way or another, Q is gotta find a new place, and so that's where something called 8chan comes in. 8chan is owned and operated by a man named Fred Brennan, and we're gonna do a little side tangent into 4chan to 8chan and to what it will eventually come into, because I feel like it's at least, if not entertaining, interesting to the story. So Fred Brennan starts 8chan in 2013 because he feels that 4chan has too many rules and that the owner of the site holds too much power.
Heartbreaking. The worst person you know just started their own website.
Heartbreaking.
The Onion article that I'm referencing, right?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
Yes. So I think he had a lot of beef with the owner of 4chan. I think he might have known him personally. He didn't like that the owner of 4chan was able to ban certain threads or ban certain users or stuff like that.
But he could do what he wanted with his website.
And so Fred was like, I'll make one that's genuinely run by the people for the people.
Of course. And those people are Nazis.
Yes. And so his site does eventually, I think in 2018, get a huge influx of members of Q who are banned from 4chan, and he would later be quoted saying, quote, "I made the shitty decision to let all of these people stay."
Oh.
This, however...
Well, he was for the people. He has to. He has no choice.
I mean, at this point, he's been running this website for, I think, 5 years and is probably starting to get a little sick of it for a lot of reasons. One of which being that it is almost impossible to monetize. Because there's no regulations on what can be posted, advertisers do not want to pay to potentially have their advertisement next to an illegally obtained nude or something like that. And so it's damn near impossible to monetize. It's an image-based platform, a lot like Reddit. So it does create a lot of bandwidth. You need to pay a host server or something for that space. And then there's a chance that that server is we're not hosting this content. So it is actually a bit of a brain fuck to host. So
crazy. It's almost like creating online spaces where hate and misinformation is not only allowed but encouraged. Isn't a solid business model.
It's wild how that happens.
It actually does. I'm sorry. It actually does make me feel good about the state of the world that an organization as absolutely nasty smelling as that had a really hard time in our country, which loves to make money, making money.
That's really nice. That's really
how my rant at the beginning of this episode really turning out to be topical.
Did.
They couldn't figure out point of sale.
That's the only point we've made.
The only thing we're good at.
Yeah. So this is actually the influx of QAnon members in 2018-ish is not the first influx of members that Fred has faced. The first influx came to 8chan from 4chan because the 4chan owner banned something called Gamergate. I'm not going to talk more about that because it felt like a lot. I don't know. Essentially, 4chan guy was like, you can't talk about this anymore. And so all of these people that were supportive or wanted to rant about it went over to 8chan. From my understanding, it's not necessarily a healthy line of thinking because it would be on Reddit if it were. So that's, I'm not going to talk about that. We have a story to finish. So if you want to Google it at your own risk.
She's locked in. She's dialed up right now.
So unfortunately, as you can imagine, 8chan, once Q comes in, or once even Gamergate comes in, gets out of hand really fast. The only rule of 8chan, quote, "do not post, request, or link to any content that is illegal in the USA, and do not create boards with the sole purpose of posting or spreading such content." because the website is hosted in the US, you cannot like legally break US law.
Right.
That's literally all he's saying.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah. So unfortunately,
anyways, I'm going to go ahead and break the law now. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, this rule could only be enforced by volunteer moderators, and
Nice.
Fred, who still I think has a 9 to 5 at this point. So things, yeah. So things like pedophilia and doxing often get posted and go unchecked for a lot longer than they realistically should be. So the website's hard to manage. It's an image board, so that needs bandwidth and a solid provider to host the platform. And then, as I mentioned before, it's impossible to make money on. So one day, Fred gets an assist from this guy. This guy's name is Ronald Watkins, and Ronald Watkins offers to host 8chan on his family's company, which is called NT Technology, which is hosted out of the Philippines. So Fred would like to maintain the domain, and so they work something out where the company is owned and the company NT Technology is owned and operated by Ron Watkins and his father, Jim Watkins, in the Philippines. They agree to not charge Fred Brennan anything for the cost of hosting it. They only agree like, hey, of any of the money, if any money gets made by this website, we get 60% of it. Okay. And so Fred's like, fuck yeah, thank you. And so they agree to not They also agree not to penalize the website for content posted to it, as long as anything that like goes against the rules is acted upon in a timely manner. So this next part is a bit confusing. I don't totally understand what happened or like why what happens next happens. I'm sure there's like a very logical reason, and I just didn't have enough time to read another article that explained it in a different way. But Fred was still like managing the domain, I think out of New York. At some point he does move to the Philippines. I'm not sure when that happens. But something else happens that causes 8chan to get kicked off of like its, you know how there's like .com, the .org, .net, like it gets kicked off of whatever it's using at that point.
Okay.
And so Fred like is so exasperated and transfers the domain entirely to the Watkins in 2015. And so eventually, so by the time Q comes to 8chan, Fred is no longer actually managing it. Okay. But that's not something that people really know. So Jim Watkins is managing the domain in 2015, and then eventually Fred relinquishes all creative control or whatever in 2016, but Fred is still technically working for NT Technology, I believe. So people for a really long time actually think that Fred is still the owner when he's not. Okay. And Jim actually actively encourages this.
He doesn't want to be perceived as the owner, but he does want to be in control.
Yes.
Interesting.
So Fred, at some point in 2018, I think completely severs ties with Jim and his company, and this is just in time. I'm not sure if this is before or after the Q influx. In August of...
It's like a literal modern day Pandora's box.
Yeah.
He opened the box. Now your name, Pandora, is attached to this box forever.
And now we don't care what else you did, Pandora.
Correct.
You just own a box.
I'm sure she was a lovely sister.
Sure. Couldn't tell you. All I know is she had a box.
I don't know if she was a sister.
I don't either. In August of 2019, 8chan is removed from the internet.
Oh.
Mysteriously, as like some people say. Just gone. Actually, it's not super mysterious, and I'll tell you why.
The Watkins pull the plug?
No, actually, 3 very crucial events all happen in 2019. Trigger warning for gun violence for like the next 3 minutes or so. First trigger warning, first event that happened, a self-proclaimed white nationalist, a 28-year-old Australian man walks into 2 New Zealand mosques with a camera strapped to his head and holding a gun. He's posted his rambling manifesto, an entire plan onto 8chan before doing this, and was met with support from other faceless, hateful people. He ends up killing 51 people.
That's the Christchurch incident, right?
I think so. Yeah. After this, Australia and New Zealand block 8chan. The next thing that happens, a 19-year-old posted his last goodbye note along with his plan. And even though the FBI is warned by another member ahead of the incident, by the time they get to him, he's already entered a San Diego synagogue with his AR-15, and 1 person is killed. The next thing that happened is in El Paso. This is like the biggest well-known one. I think this is like the final straw that everyone in, I think, 8chan gets pulled like immediately after this. hours after the El Paso shooting, which would later be known as the deadliest anti-Latino attack in recent history.
This is at that Walmart, right?
Yes. Actually, sorry, not hours after, hours before this thing happens in El Paso, Texas. The perpetrator would post on 8chan, quote, in all caps, "It's time." Either around this time or slightly before, I think it's before, but I'm not totally sure, he had also posted a manifesto on 8chan in which he would ID himself as the perpetrator and also the type of weapon he would be using. He would kill 22 and injure 23 at a Walmart. And after that, 8chan just disappears, quote unquote, mysteriously, as people say. And Jim and Ronald Watkins are quoted several times saying that, I think Cloudflare maybe is like the host or something, Jim and Ron call them cowardly for censoring people.
Oh, so the Watkins are like, how dare they silence our beautiful platform where people make violent threats and then carry them out. We're the victims of some PC culture.
Even though technically it's our responsibility to report these things to the proper authorities to get them stopped in the right amount of time.
And one of the reasons why we're not reporting them in time is because we don't want to spend enough money on it because it's not making us enough money.
Yep.
Because we haven't, whatever.
Yeah. So anyway, this is now the board Q is on because he can't be anywhere else because he keeps inciting so much
violence,
hate and violence. At some point, I think after 8chan gets removed, Jim Watkins then kind of re-hosts it, re-ups it. I think if you had previously been hosting a board, you were allowed to like recreate it on this new website that they would then call 8kun that they opened in 2019. I'll explain it in a second. So Chan, C-H-A-N, is short for channel initially with 4chan and 8chan. However, in Japan, Chan is an honorific used for young Japanese girls. Kun, K-U-N, is an honorific used for young boys. So, for example, have you heard the san honorific? Like, if you're a teacher in Japan, you would not be called Mr. Thomas, you would be called Thomas-san.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So this is a similar thing. It's a diminutive. Like, what's the Spanish one?
Maestro? Senor?
No. It's like Mito.
Oh, Ito and things like that?
Yes.
Maia Ito. Yeah.
It's like that. It's like that, but Japanese.
Yeah.
And so, for example, I had two young friends growing up, one girl, one boy. The girl's name was Nagi and the boy's name was Takao. So my parents would call them Nagi-chan and Takao-kun.
Okay.
And I would either call them that or their honorific versions.
You as in you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would have called them Nagi and Takao or Nagi-chan and Takao-kun. And then I was typically called Maia-chan.
Okay.
So Fred Brennan has been outspoken against the revival into 8kun, saying that it's not sustainable, not just socially, but also monetarily. It like literally makes no money, so there's no reason to be keeping it alive. I think when he fully like left 8chan, I think he like finds a wife and has kids and is like relatively happy now. He is like permanently disabled. He like is in a wheelchair. He looks like he has maybe some like birth issues or something like that.
Okay.
But he seems to genuinely be
doing okay,
happy with his life. He found religion. I think he like attends a Baptist church with his wife and kids and
This
stuff.
is the man that helped launch QAnon by the platform that he hosted. Yeah.
8chan. He hosted, yes.
He hosted 8chan originally,
And then Q
which is where
jumps
Q
to it. And then he
really
was
takes off.
perceived as the leader for a really long time of
Right.
8chan, even though he necessarily wasn't by the time Q even joined 8chan.
Also kind of a crazy Frankenstein analogy happening right now, but okay,
Yes.
continue.
So we're going to take a break.
Cool.
We're going to refill our drinks. And then we're going to get into really understanding QAnon and all their phrases and all of their beliefs.
Fun. Okay, we can speak
Hell
Q
yeah.
when we come back.
Ew.
See you in a second. I want to speak Q. Talk QE to me.
Gross.
Yeah, I know. But isn't that what the next chapter is?
The next little bit is going to be common phrases used by Q.
Hell yeah. Now that the AC is on, this sweater makes a lot of sense, and I'm loving
The
it.
issue is that because it's just like, I don't know, the AC doesn't kick on as often as I want it to. Like I want it to either be like constantly running on a low level or like not running at all.
Sure.
And it takes a long time between running and not running.
But instead, she just goes like, and then she like cuts off
and then
a
cuts
little
off.
bit.
And that's really annoying
and
to
you
me.
went,
I want to
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah,
constantly a little chilly, not like freezing and then
and then
hot.
warm again.
Yeah.
Yep. I get that.
Too much. Okay. Here are some common phrases. So the structure of the next few bits, common phrases first, and then I'm going to talk basic beliefs of QAnon, and then I'm going to talk radical beliefs of QAnon.
Okay.
I think you're going to hate that section.
Probably.
Because I hate that section.
I mean, I think I'm going to probably
It's
love
also-
making fun of it.
It's also just like, it is Mad Libs.
Now that we're not talking about individuals anymore,
Yes.
and instead this whole belief system, I actually think it's okay to put things on the shelf to like make this belief
Especially
system.
the radical.
Did you notice how I used the term that you
Yeah,
taught me
I like
last
it.
week?
I'm proud of you.
AKA last night.
He's learning a lot about cults.
I'm learning.
La 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 la. Lifelong learner.
I know you're listening to me. Legitimately, I will go to conferences sometimes and they'll be like, before we start, let's just go around and like talk about what we hope to get out of the session. Why are we here? And it's like, yes.
Sure.
But it's like, you know, people are like, oh, this is my first year teaching speech and debate, or, well, I've coached for a while, but now I'm coming back, or like, you know, I've always struggled with this one area. And usually by the time they get to me, I'm kind of like sitting in the wing, right? And so I'm like,
Yeah.
they get to you and I'm like one of the last people and I'm like, Grant Thomas, high school, lifelong learner. And you can just tell everyone goes, nice, that's a hot answer. Nice. Like they're like, that's what I should have said.
Or they're
And
like,
I'm
damn
like,
it, I said 5 sentences and
God,
that's all I needed
listen,
to say.
if I had feathery blonde hair,
You would own that shit.
You know I would. Mm-hmm. You know I would.
I've seen you in a black wig. Now I need to see you in a blonde wig.
I have a blonde wig.
Why have you not worn it?
Like just not around you. I have.
Okay. Well-
Halloween 3 years ago, I went as Ken before the Barbie movie came out. Tropical shirt and everything.
Oh, I've seen the picture. I want a long blonde wig on you, though.
You know it'll start losing the hair the second I touch it. That
That's
is
fine.
my curse.
My hair also loses hair the second I touch it.
It's a lot more traumatizing for me.
Oh, okay.
And these are the terms we use.
As bald people.
Just as friends of each other.
So anyway,
Teach me.
common phrases used by QAnon and used by Q and QAnon supporters and people who are talking about QAnon theories. Quote, find the reflection inside the castle. Truly do not know what that phrase means.
So sorry. I did not think we were going to be doing something like that as the first term you taught me.
Yeah. Find the reflection inside the castle. The castle, I do know, refers to the White House.
Find the reflection inside the castle.
Yep. Here's another one. This seems like something Grant would say if he got a little too many drinks in him. I've said too much. Follow the money, and some things must remain classified until the end.
What? AKA didn't think about how I was going to end this rant, so I've said too much, but follow the money, and believe me, it makes sense.
And then pour another espresso martini and walk away in a
Thinking
flourish.
like me.
Da, 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 da,
You've seen
da.
the SNL skit about with Ariana Grande with their espresso remake.
It actually made me cringe like the entire time.
I
I'm
loved
like,
it
it was
so
cute
much.
for like the first verse, and then I was like, end it.
Third location, Foley,
Yeah.
straight, Foley, touching Domingo.
Go. And then Domingo. My favorite one was when Domingo came
comes out.
Yeah. Marcelo Hernandez. Is that his name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants.
100% he can.
Yeah. Another common phrase is enjoy the show. Enjoy the show is in reference
Two
to
of these three things are things I say all the time.
enjoy the show is in reference to, I think, the storm. Or like the things that they're prophesying are going to happen. I don't know.
Every time I get up and I move a little and I use the bathroom and refill our drinks, I always come back so chatty. Thanks for giving me the second to say this.
Cool.
We had some of my varsity students perform for our varsity kids. What's today? Yesterday. But yesterday morning, so like a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
And I literally greet this class of 42 freshmen like packed into this room. I'm standing on a little raised platform stage and I'm like, hi, good morning and happy Wednesday, everybody. We have a great show planned for you today. Thank you. I get to say that.
Good.
And they have to listen.
Okay. Enjoy the show. The other thing, WWG1WGA is an acronym standing.
WWG1 WWGA.
WWG1WGA.
WWG, the number one.
WGA.
What a we got a one. What? Solved it.
It's not it's ga. It stands for where we go one, we go all, which is a very common thing chanted sometimes at Trump rallies, sometimes riots.
You can't say that to a podcast that has a small but noticeable population of teachers who listen, because the phrase, and I'm sorry, If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Thank you for engaging in our professional development this afternoon. Oh, you mean the one I was required to go to? Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, you mean the one that you took attendance at? Your face is the right face to make to that.
Oh,
and the thing is, too,
God.
like, I actually do agree generally with that quote,
it's
but I
just
have been
such a cringy
terrorized with it so
statement.
often. Yes.
Hate it. Anyway, you'll see a lot of white nationalists saying this while they spew a bunch of other racist
I
shit,
love them
so.
using, like, a Brene Brown adjacent quote to,
Yeah.
like, radicalize and organize.
Where we go one, we go all. Another thing is Q plus. Q plus refers to Trump.
Oh, I thought
Yep.
it was the end of our alphabet. LGBTQ plus.
IA plus.
IA plus. Thank you. Yeah.
Red pilling. Red pilling is when you're joining the movement and starting to understand. It's
I use that phrase as an insult in my classroom so often.
Good.
A kid will be like really like in the weeds explaining something, and I'll look at him and I go, "God, you are so red pilled right now."
It's a Matrix reference. Since you're seeing the truth, you've
I knew
chosen
it
the right
was a
pill,
Matrix
yeah.
reference.
Yeah.
Didn't know it was also a QAnon reference.
It is now a QAnon
Awesome.
reference. That's cute. Panda, which is the one that I just tried to Google. I was told on several podcasts that it's like super sick and awful, and they're not even going to say it if they even were able to say it, if they even knew. And I spent a second Googling it and couldn't find it, and then said, well, that's the universe telling me I shouldn't know what that is. Apparently Panda's one.
Panda.
Yeah. CBTS stands for Calm Before the Storm.
Naturally.
Yes, it is in reference to the thread that the first thread, I think, that QAnon started on 4chan. And it's also in reference to an interview with Trump where he mentioned something about the calm before the storm while he was like talking to a bunch of military higher ups or something. And he when the reporter or someone said, what do you mean? And he said, you'll find out.
AKA, I don't
I have
know what I
concepts of a
mean.
plan.
Exactly.
And then obviously the storm as part of the calm before the storm is when the top Democratic officials or the people involved in the sex trafficking ring are going to get found out, arrested, executed, whatever. Something called the Q clock is the countdown to the storm. Quote, you are the news now. Another one, nothing can stop what is coming. Another one, trust the plan. There's another one, when the world as we know it comes to an end, everyone's a spectator. They're really poetic these days.
Yeah. Double callback in the same episode.
Yeah,
Beautiful
that was
stuff.
good. That was good. So actually in an interview with Dr. Yanya Lalick, these common mottos or phrases serve as a way to rouse an audience. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this later. But these kinds of like having common phrases that you all shout at the same time. Oh, I just made a bad connection in my head. It's there's just so many commonalities to Swifties and Taylor Swift. And I'm not saying I dislike Taylor Swift or Swifties. I have many that I love and I don't mind Taylor Swift's music. She's not necessarily like my personal style, but you all have so many different little things. It's like Rocky Horror Picture Show, but like for a lot longer.
One of my favorite tweets from at this point, like 4 years ago, was, God, I really hope Taylor Swift knows she's releasing an album tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because like piece together all the clues.
That's exactly what some of this feels like, except like far less nefarious.
I feel like every now and then I'll see online Taylor's grid is fully aligned again, in the same way it's like winter storm coming in, go ahead and get those essentials now kind of stuff.
Yes.
It always feels like ominous, but in like
Certain
I
people
care about you
hunker
way.
down.
Yeah,
Like for sure.
100%.
So these kinds of rousing the audience phrases, if you like know what they mean and you know where they came from and stuff, it has a tendency to override your kind of critical thinking. Like you're in a huge audience all shouting, where we go one, we go all. I have to imagine there's like a goosebumps moment for people in that.
Well, this is the thing too, where it's like once I've learned the terminology of a field, like I feel like I'm part of it and I'm now maybe a somewhat of a leader or an expert in it. I'm smart in this area. Exactly. Yeah.
So now we're going to talk about basic beliefs, and I'm sure we're going to hit some more like terminology, but that was just a general kind of conglomeration of things. So the big thing about QAnon is a lot of the beliefs follow like directly in the line of Pizzagate. So as I've kind of mentioned before,
As in they're similar to Pizzagate, or Pizzagate is what kicks it all off?
It's almost seems like Pizzagate kicks it off. There is
That's
like a year
crazy
break or
considering
something.
how loose the connection to Pizzagate is.
So they do believe that, as I've kind of mentioned, that the higher ups in the social elite, sorry, Monet is doing a cute thing.
She's actually being so cute
She's
right
just
now.
being very cute. So social and political elite are involved in a sex trafficking ring. Some members of Q believe that not only are these people evil, but they are also possessed by demons and or are lizard people. Pick your poison.
I love the and of those options. They are humans possessed by the devil and are lizards.
You never know. You never know. So the members of the ring are eating babies and or drinking their blood to harvest adrenochrome, the psychedelic fountain of youth. And the only way to harvest adrenochrome is to create spikes of fear in children, and the younger, the better. I should note it has been debunked over and over again by the scientific community that this compound has any sort of rejuvenating effect. Research.
Well, it doesn't start off with the truth. Like there's not actually any truth in the whole words. Like it's actually.
It literally starts out with a kernel of truth that like some higher ups engage in sex trafficking.
Right.
And then it just really like compound like a snowball, like layers upon layers upon layers.
It almost makes me wonder, and this is nerdy and I'm sorry, but it's like the power of language to bring into existence something that does not exist.
Yes.
Oh, is that part of tonight's episodes?
Not directly, but remember when I texted you, I was like, I'm reading this book and I'm struggling so hard not to like post this book quote onto like my story or something. That book is called, I think I told you, The Death of Truth. And it's a book that my dear, dear friend Aspen bought for me for my birthday just because she knows I'm like really invested in like these kinds of political things.
Right.
And at the end, I'll probably read some quotes out of it because it's
dog ear some chapters. Like I'm here for it.
Yeah. Okay, so they're harvesting adrenochrome. Research into adrenochrome goes back to the 1950s when there were some studies on the effect of adrenochrome on mental illnesses like schizophrenia. And these potential links were later disproven that it doesn't actually help with schizophrenia. Here's a quote from Joe Schwartz, who is the director of the Office of Science and Society at McGill University, saying, quote, adrenochrome, which has no rejuvenating effects and very questionable psychedelic properties, would have long faded into obscurity had it not been rejuvenated by the QAnon twaddle. Beautiful quote. He also goes on to point out that adrenochrome does not need to be extracted from live humans. It can be synthesized. So there's like no need to have this whole satanic ritual.
If you can't terrorize children in a made-up fantasy that
homemade is fine.
Homemade is fine. Exactly. Yeah. I think I am going to start listening to the Ina Garten book.
Good. So the this particular quote unquote use of adrenochrome, the using it of a psychedelic fountain of youth, may have originated from a novel that was published in 1971 called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas by Hunter S. Thompson. And it also has a 1998 film adaptation.
They made him do a movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Adrenochrome is depicted as a psychedelic extracted from humans, and there's a clip of this scene on YouTube that has been viewed, I checked today, 3.5 million times.
Good, healthy and natural and good.
Yeah, for sure. The adrenochrome theory dates back to 2013 on 4chan. That's where it started.
I would love to go back to Vegas here and see. Sorry.
I'll go with you now that it's not my bachelorette. Okay. In 2020, during the lockdown, when many celebrities were posting photos of themselves at home without makeup because they're not working or having public engagements.
Or worse, singing Imagine.
Yes.
Do you remember that video? I remember it happening early into COVID, and I was kind of inspired, but at the same time, I was like, I think we actually jumped the gun on this. I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, no, it was too much. So they're without their usual makeup and everything, and a lot of people who believe in QAnon thought that they looked worse because they were having withdrawals from adrenochrome.
Of course they did.
Of course.
I bet it's the same kind of guys too, though, who'd be like, I just think women look prettier without makeup. And they saw literally America's most gorgeous people without makeup, and they were like, where's your child chemicals? Where are they?
Literally not even that. It's that they don't know what makeup looks like on a human. I have a coworker, and
they do know what it looks like on a lizard. Sorry, go ahead.
That was good.
Thanks.
I have a coworker who I love dearly. But I was like trying to wingman for him one time when we were out. He was about to move to Denver, and so we took him out to like a couple bars and stuff. And I was like what kind of girl are you like looking for? You know, whatever. And so he was like telling me, he was like probably like someone. He's like, a climber, like heart. So when I say the next part, it's not
blue eyes.
Yeah, it's
finance.
not. It's not even like he's being like an asshole man, being like, I want someone low maintenance. It's like actually he wants someone who's going to go climbing with him and camping and like not need that. And so I was like, okay, what do you mean low maintenance? And I was like, what? Like, and so he was like kind of talking about like maybe the kind of outfits that they would wear or something. And I was like, how much makeup do you think I'm wearing right now? And I just looked at him and he went, not a lot. And I was like, this is a full face. This is several layers of foundation. And he was like, okay. So anyway, men don't know.
If that doesn't fit his fancy, he should try dating men. We're so low maintenance that we actually don't take care of ourselves.
In some cases, yeah.
There's, like a car that's been broken down because no one took care of it.
It's me.
Okay. Didn't say it was me.
I said it was me.
Us. Oh, okay.
I literally said it's me.
We're both making fun of ourselves, at least indirectly.
And both of us were like, how dare you?
Exactly. And I've always said that.
I've always said that.
And I was there when you first said it.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to need to be serious for a second.
Okay. Go ahead. I can get there.
The things that I just talked about, the adrenochrome, like satanic rituals, sacrificing children. It is a really important, before we talk more about the beliefs, that we acknowledge where these beliefs are rooted, and that is anti-Semitism.
Yes.
In something called blood libel. Do you know what that is?
I feel like I did at one point.
Yeah, probably. I feel like it's something we all kind of learn about and then all kind of collectively decide to stop thinking about.
Okay.
It's a myth that Jews use the blood of non-Jewish, which mainly means Christian in this sense, or just not religious, children. They use the blood of non-Jewish children in rituals. This was used as justification for violence against Jewish people. It was a huge element of Nazi propaganda used by Hitler. And many of these beliefs, including blood libel, can be dated back to the Middle Ages and can be found in a book called The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is a book written by Russian propagandists in 1902 that claimed Jews were attempting to take over the world. It should be noted that this book has been widely discredited, obviously. And in 1921, it was proven to have a lot of resemblance to a satire written about Napoleon III by a French lawyer in 1964. The French name translates to Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu.
Wait, hold on. What's the name of the thing?
The Protocols of the Elders of Zion.
Okay, never mind. That's like what the French guy wrote?
No, sorry. That book is called Dialogue au Enfer entre Machiavel et Montesquieu, yeah. So the Protocols of the Elders of Zion tout the blood libel claim, additionally saying that Jews are kidnapping Christian children to kill them, drain their blood, and drink it as like wine and or mix it into their matzos that they'll consume during Passover.
Oh my God.
Yeah. In the Vice articles that I had mentioned earlier that interview family members of QAnon believers, there's a woman who had to cut contact with her father for peddling these beliefs because, notably, she is married to a Jewish man. I'm sure she would have cut ties for similar reasons regardless of her marriage, but like this is a big reason that caused it. And no amount of convincing could get her father to believe that he was peddling harmful anti-Semitic tropes. So not only is he peddling these things, saying these things, she's being like, you're being racist and anti-Semitic. And he's being like, what do you mean? No, I'm not. Like, that's the conversation that they're having.
It's not anti-Semitism if it's a made up truth that's been debunked literally decades ago.
The thing is, he doesn't recognize that the things he's saying are anti-Semitic and rooted in anti-Semitism. So like, if you were to talk about the adrenochrome without acknowledging the anti-Semitism, like, the people who are susceptible to it, like, hey, I'm Jewish and I grew up hearing about like blood, like people accusing me and my like family of blood libel, like this is the same thing. Like that's kind of where we're going. And there's a lot more connections that we'll talk about in just a second, but to continue the story
so
of
they
this.
back these people into anti-Semitism kind of without them knowing.
And some of them don't realize, but a decent amount of them do. So that's why you have to be careful talking about it.
To add one thing real quick to this.
Yeah.
So I referenced last week's episode, the show Nobody Wants This, right? So the main plot is Kristen Bell's character falls in love with a rabbi.
Okay.
And so she is getting picked up by her sister And for a series of kooky reasons, the rabbi and his brother are there too. And her sister pulls up and she looks to Kristen Bell and she goes, "Who are these people?" And she goes, This is that guy that I was talking about.
Yeah.
And she goes, "What? He doesn't even look Jewish." And then the brother leans in and goes, "Oh, he doesn't look like he could control the media."
The way you don't know what you just said, and as you say, you won't know what you said until I've said
Mama,
what
when
I
I
have
tell
to
you
say.
what I think you think,
Yes.
which is, of course, a Katya the drag queen reference
Sure,
from.
but it's you. It's you
thank
now.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving that to me.
Yeah.
It's Trixie, it's yours. Sorry. Katya, it's yours. That's embarrassing. We're going to get letters from the community. Who are the ones actually controlling the media. But
Oh, God.
okay, get me out of here.
So that Vice article, she's talking to her dad like, you can't keep saying that. And he's like, what do you mean? What am I saying? So he would always excuse his actions and words by saying that he's not against Jewish people, but then would call out people like George Soros and the Rothschilds, who are like big targets of QAnon because they are rich
Jewish families.
That control a lot of like wealth and media and all of that. So many QAnon believe that George Soros and the Rothschilds are running the world and they own the majority of the world's wealth, which, I mean, truthfully, that could not be that far off that they own a lot of the wealth, but I don't think they're running the world. So here's a quote from her, the daughter. Quote, "I tried to explain to him that there are two ways of being racist. One of which is you carry a Confederate flag into the Capitol and you have a Camp Auschwitz t-shirt on. Everybody knows you are loudly racist. And then the other way is being ignorant of stereotypical anti-Semitic tropes that have been around forever. And then once you're aware of them, still backing the people that you're with." So it starts out, QAnon, it starts out as saving children from human trafficking and eventually leads you into this idea that Hollywood and high democratic elites are trafficking babies or like breeding them and keeping them underground in caves and hosting occult sacrifices.
It's like, and you said this at the top of the episode, and I understood it in theory, and I understand it in more in concept now.
Yeah.
That these theories all fit together, but it's not like you have to complete level 1 to complete level 2.
Yeah.
Like as soon as there's one theory,
You can go
that
whichever route you want,
you
baby.
identify with,
Yeah.
right? Maybe you're mad gays are kissing on TV. So if someone's like, this organization's controlling the media and they have this whole plot,
Yeah.
oh, and also they're part of this big elitist cabal, right? Then suddenly you're in it that way. Or if you're worried about human trafficking, then suddenly you're
It's
into
a huge,
it all
like,
this way.
spider
Correct.
webs again. You
Yeah.
can start on any leg, and eventually you get to human trafficking, and then you can go
You're anywhere
anywhere
and
else.
so, I mean, I know the concept of gateway drugs has been
Mm-hmm.
kind of like disproven, but it is a little bit like a gateway drug into conspiracy.
Yeah.
You get one, and then you are going to get all of them.
Ironically, a lot of like high control group experts have said QAnon especially, and a lot of cults and high control environments are a lot like being addicted to drugs. And that's not to like offend if you've gone through an addiction or have a loved one that's gone through an addiction in recovery, but it's a similar psychological addiction where, like, especially with QAnon, you're decoding these things, you're trying to save the world, and so you need more and more of these puzzle pieces
Right.
to try and decode what comes. And so like coming out of something, especially like QAnon, is a lot like going through a withdrawal of like accepting that you don't have the control that you think you did.
What is interesting to me so far, at least,
Mm-hmm.
is that one, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of people then coming out of it. That you don't get a massive amount of people coming out of
We'll
this
talk
kind of
about it.
programming.
I think in the last couple years, we've gotten quite a
More?
few as
Okay.
disillusion happens. I am worried about the election
Right.
and whatever happens after that.
But then, second, I'm surprised there's not a level of burnout because this is a high intensity level of involvement that requires you to distrust everything around you.
So the reason QAnon has not been big in the news is because they actually stopped posting in 2020, took about an 18-month hiatus, and then started posting again in 2022, and then have not posted again since then.
Okay.
So I think that's why it's kind of taken a break. But one of the podcasts I listen to kind of relates it to Scientology in that, like, if you cut off the head, that does not mean that the group stops working.
Sure.
Like, if Trump doesn't get elected, that doesn't mean QAnon doesn't keep on going. If Q stops posting, that doesn't mean QAnon stops going.
It would be almost too tidy of an answer. So I'm try not to just buy into it. But it is a nice, tidy little wrap up to the answer that QAnon from the beginning has been some foreign agent, North Korea, China, Russia, whoever, and that U.S. federal government like anti-cyber attack efforts were good enough to like shut down whatever link it was.
Yeah.
That's like maybe too tidy.
I don't think it makes sense.
You don't? Okay, interesting. I'm already throwing my own conspiracies onto this theory.
I don't think it happens a lot because we'll talk about it in a second when I get to the section of addressing who potentially is Q. There were a few times where like Q's account was hacked or Q had to change accounts, and the moderators of the group, whether or not you think it's honest or dishonest, had to know the IP address in order to reassign the correct person. If there's like multiple people like, I'm Q, no, I'm Q, no, I'm Q. And then the moderators are the only ones that can see IP addresses. And so if it is somewhere completely offshore.
And no one's leaked that?
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
No one has leaked it.
Let's get into it.
Yeah. So we're talking anti-Semitism.
I'm sorry, listener. I need to say one more thing.
Yeah.
If you need a bathroom, that's fine. I need to just talk to the listener right now. It's such a joy to sit in this chair next to Maia, but also as the person who then like, it's not a competition, but like, since we're both trying to do the same thing, it's like really intimidating because every single question I threw at her, she goes, well, we're going to get into that. Right? Well, so I have like 4 articles on that. We're going to get into like every single time I have like this question, and it's not questions necessarily that are like logical conclusions to the, it's like, wait, hold on. I'm like kind of coming in from here. And what about this? And you're like, yeah, we're going to get into that.
Patience.
Yeah, exactly.
Young one.
And that's, I mean, a lot of times I will do topics that I just kind of generally know already and can kind of like talk through it. But
to be fair,
like, you're
cults
so
are
good
like
at this.
My thing. Cults are like my favorite form of true crime.
Are you the person you're concerned is going to join a cult?
No, because I know too much.
Good.
Okay. So it starts out as human trafficking. Eventually, you're kind of being led into this like further and further, like lizard people, all of this kind of crazy stuff, occult sacrifices. Unfortunately, one of the big things I think that is like kind of a sacrifice that happened because of QAnon is QAnon started using the hashtag Save the Children. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, that hashtag is actually the name of an actual nonprofit that works against the trafficking of minors. And so I didn't do a ton of research. I know that they have faced a lot of like negative press and like backtracking in some of their work because of this. I'm sure they've also gotten some publicity that's been good. But like this is something that was then aired in a light that a lot of people do not think that it's real.
Right. In a non-shocking but deeply disappointing way,
yes.
They have actually made the work of human traffickers harder.
Easier. Well,
the work of human traffickers easier, and the organization is trying to stop it.
That's actually trying to like do good.
Yeah.
Instead of sitting behind your computer and decoding this nonsense from some guy. So some of the notable elites that are commonly associated with the deep state or this trafficking ring: Oprah Winfrey, Tom Hanks, Ellen DeGeneres, Pope Francis, the Dalai Lama, Chrissy Teigen, the Obamas, the Clinton, George Soros, the Rothschilds. A lot of them. Anyway, so this human trafficking aspect of it, I keep harping on this, but this is what draws people in. This provides, this is a really good quote from one of the articles I used, provides a palatable on-ramp to then fall into QAnon beliefs. Because it's like, you can't see something about the trafficking of young children for sex or for like organ harvesting and not be like, damn, that sucks. Right. And so it really takes the right kind of person to see that and then recognize, like, as they're being led down it, to be like, oh, okay, this is all fake, you know? And so like a lot, the road to hell is paved in good intentions.
Sure.
Right.
I've talked a little bit about this with my students, but I mean, the last 2 episodes, this one and last one, has inspired me to, I think, revisit it in a real intentional way. Where it's, if you consume a piece of media that is outraging you, one of the first questions you need to ask is, was
why?
The purpose of this to outrage me in the first place? Like, does it actually exist to produce the exact emotional response it's getting out of me right now? And I take a step back at that point and I'm like, oh, probably.
And every time you've been rage baited or anything like that, that is exactly how cults work.
Right. And
they
it's so
feast on your emotions.
Easy to get rage baited. And that's, I don't know if I just was given like a great PD on media literacy or whatever, but it was like, maybe it's all of the meditation and reading from Brene Brown that I did, but it was like, I'm not joking. It was like, I'm so upset about something right now that I did not know about 90 seconds ago. Like, let's get into this a little bit more. So like, how did I get here? And it's like, oh, I'm intentionally being rage baited.
The issue is, do I want to talk about this right now? Yeah, we'll talk about this right now. This feels organic. I'm probably going to bring this up again because it's in my notes at some point. The issue a lot too is that if you think of people that you know or have seen that are staunch followers of Q or believers in QAnon, they're most oftentimes like boomers or whatever the generation is right below boomers.
Gen X.
Gen X.
Which is a lot of lead poisoning in them generationally.
Yes. A lot of times too, it is not super tech savvy people. And so one of the theories is that people who get into this and tout, like, do your own research, they are doing their own research.
It's just
they
bad.
don't know how to research neutrally. They don't know how to put into Google a neutral phrase to pull out neutral things. They don't understand that if you're getting fed a lot of the same repetitive content and you need to get out, you need to search like kittens or something and like rephrase your algorithm and stuff because they don't understand that.
I looked at a kid today and I sent them, or yesterday, I sent them like 8 different like academic research articles on one of the topics they're writing a case for. And I go, hey, because they're kind of young. So I go, hey, if you need help like processing this or like if you want me to help explain it, like I can't sit down and read that full with you, but I'm happy to like kind of talk you through some of the concepts. And they go, no, mister, I can read. And I was like, okay, so wonderful. And I'm so
Literally
glad.
No need to be rude.
Right. No, part of me is like, okay, I did catch a stray there, but I'm so glad that you're like, this isn't even hard. Like what? Like this is hard? Right? Like, because yes, it is. And I'm glad that you don't necessarily think that it is.
You are teaching at the school that you're teaching.
I am teaching
right
at that
now,
one. But hey, listen, it's nice. It's fun.
Sure.
What did Lottie say? Ugh.
Yeah. Grant has, we've mentioned this. Grant has moved schools recently, and it's a school that I grew up
hating
with. My choir department didn't necessarily love their choir department, and I told my friend Lottie, who I grew up in choir with in high school, I was like, oh yeah, Grant's teaching at such and such school, and her response was, I mean, I'm happy for him, but
it's like the most magical place in the world.
He teaches in a castle.
I do.
So, providing a palatable on-ramp to believing in Q. So we talked about the storm and how it's referencing when this is all going to end. After this, then is when they believe the Great Awakening will happen and everyone kind of follows Q or follows fucking whoever into utopia. I think that is probably more of the religious side of QAnon that maybe believes that. That is one thing that is not a common belief, I think, but like going into utopia is something that some sects believe.
Sure.
So everything that I've just mentioned is the basis for QAnon beliefs. And from here on, it does kind of seem like Mad Libs. And so this is kind of where I talk about some more of the anti-Semitism and the dangers of the internet in relation to cults. And then we're going to talk about some of the like more radical beliefs. So even if you start looking at like child sex trafficking with the best intentions, like you're a stay-at-home mom and like deeply like your life is your children, and you see something on Facebook about child sex trafficking and you're like, oh my God, this is horrible, like how can I help? And you get directed to like a Facebook page where other people are telling you like, oh, but you should go check out this resource, and that resource leads you to this resource, and that resource shows you like a tweet, and that resource, you know, like the internet is a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
You know,
it's here to feed you exactly what is going to keep you online.
Yes. It's gonna feed you, especially if you start Googling something that's even kind of related to QAnon or blood libel or any of this stuff. You're very quickly going to get into QAnon related content.
Even I feel like we've seen things where it's like, even if that's not what you're searching for, if you're just looking at recommended videos, it's going to recommend a video that's popular on the internet and maybe isn't fitting your search algorithm. And if you dwell on it or if you watch it
for too
now
long,
suddenly it's on, right? Like it's like they will actually, the internet, many of these algorithms will extend a hand to you into right-wing nationalism, conspiracy theories,
100%.
racism, anti-Semitism.
Or musical theater like me.
Yeah.
So...
like, I'm actually kind of convinced, and maybe as you've been telling me the last 10 minutes, we'll get into it. But like, part of me does think that this like sudden vitriolic hate towards the trans community is traced at least somewhat back to this perception that children are being like kidnapped and corrupted that's been online. Now, granted, the idea that queer people are dangerous to like children has been around forever, but this like sudden resurgence of anti-trans rhetoric is...
I think it maybe has something to do with MK Ultra. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's just genuinely the like terror that like some conservatives have around trans people, that they like genuinely do not understand them.
Right.
I think that's probably where a lot of it's coming from. I didn't do a deep dive into the relation with trans and QAnon.
It's a huge...
I think I like don't doubt that there are certain sects of QAnon that believe that now. And there are new beliefs that have happened over the last 2 years that I didn't totally encapsulate in this episode. But okay, so the internet is a powerful tool. Before you know it, if you start down this rabbit hole, you will eventually start being fed these blood libel types of theories. And even if anti-Semitic language isn't explicitly used or believed by someone who's talking about these conspiracies, it's very important to understand that if you are talking about these conspiracies to someone that is familiar with the more dangerous anti-Semitic versions, they're going to read into what you're saying based off of the verbiage and the words that you use and assume kind of that you're on the same page as them because you're thinking that you're on the same, and you're like, no, children are being trafficked and their blood is being harvested, and they're going to be like, yes, tell us more. For example, they could be understanding what you're saying in an anti-Semitic lens. Statistically, according to many studies, but I specifically did cite one that was done in 2021 by the Pew Research Center, Jews are mostly Democratic. 7 out of 10 Jewish people in the United States identify with Democratic policies, vote Democratic, all of that. Hollywood is also very Democratic. This is actually based in like systematic oppression. The fact that Hollywood and the media is kind of run in a lot of sense by Jewish people,
right,
and Democratic individuals.
Which is frustrating because it's like, well, what do we mean by media? Like, if we're talking about like movie and TV stars, but like Richard Murdoch organization
but also
has
like
corrupted news
sources,
coverage, right? And like there are plenty of like newspapers and local stations that are owned by like, what's like, that? You know, what was Bain Capital?
Sorry, I have no idea.
Oh God, it's gonna frustrate me. I can't think of it right now. But that are owned by wealthy, conservative investment corporations, right? And so it's like, sure, like some of the people you most know in media might be progressive and liberal and vote Democrat and donate, but like at large, a lot of these organizations are also ran by conservative Christians.
Yeah.
And so this perception...
But God forbid you reference those in this situation. So this particular article that I read was from the Rolling Stone, and they interviewed a rabbi amongst other like research professionals. And this was posted around like peak Kanye anti-Semitic era for him. They discussed the history of the particular idea that Hollywood is Democratic and has like kind of not an unfair, but like a not fully representative of the United States. Like Hollywood has a lot of Jewish people in comparison to like other areas. And so historically, Jews were barred from avenues of gaining wealth. In fact, they were not allowed to own land until the 1880s, and they were barred from most guilds, industries, and professions. European Jews at this point turned to more cosmopolitan routes like trade, lending money, and whenever they could, law. With this, many turned also to theatrical entertainment, which was often considered too effeminate for certain quote-unquote respectable Christians. And this is how a lot of them ended up in things like vaudeville. So even with those few avenues that were allowed, they were often barred from certain necessities of their craft. So if they went into law, they weren't allowed to join certain law firms, so they would have to start their own with a certain like non-Jewish name on the door. Like one of their partners that was non-Jewish. If they went into medicine, they weren't hireable by the good hospital, so they would start their own. If a theater company wouldn't hire them, they went into vaudeville or film. Focusing on entertainment, Jewish immigrants founded Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, which is MGM, which if you ever see like the lion show up before a movie, that's them. They also founded Warner Brothers, Paramount, and Universal, among a number of other like studios. So they do own and operate quite a bit of Hollywood, but a lot of that is based in prejudice. Like there's a reason for the way that they ended up where they're at.
Well, and I think there's two things too that I want to add to this. First, this history of Jewish segregation isn't relegated to just like the East Coast and LA. Yeah. Like here in our city of Denver, you can pull up the 1880 map of redlining in or maybe it was 1930s. You can pull up a map of redlining in Denver, and you can see specifically where they are allowing Jewish families to get loans to build homes. Here in Denver, we have the Jewish hospital, which now, of course, serves everyone, but exists initially for a reason. And I think this is something that, like, I've always thought straight people were jealous of queer people for, where it's like when you are on the outside, you have a community that you can turn to. That means you're just going to naturally be supported by people who aren't your blood relatives. And since Jews were specifically being ostracized in the U.S. and other countries, but we're talking about the U.S. right now, because they were ostracized, they then had this community that they could turn to support each other and things like that as well. So
yeah. And I just want to note that also neither Grant or I are Jewish. So like if you are of Jewish descent and you have a completely different take on the history here or like your family's interpretation or your personal understanding of it, like please by all means correct us. This is just from my personal research and Grant's personal understanding of the situation. What I really want to know is that since Jews are mostly Democratic and make up a lot of Hollywood and or the media, if you're saying things like the Dems or the media or Hollywood or the Democratic elites and the Hollywood elites are committing these blood libel-like acts, to some people you are saying the Jewish people are doing the Jewish things that we know and hate them for. And so you have to, like, even if that's something that you believe, you need to understand and acknowledge that your beliefs are being rooted in anti-Semitic tropes that are based in hate and like segregation and systematic racism and stuff like that. Even if you personally or like your family members don't believe that or hold any ill will towards them, there are people that will hear what they are saying in this anti-Semitic kind of light. Come on. So on a lighter note, I mean, not a lighter note, but not an anti-Semitic note, probably. Here are some of the other beliefs. From here on out, you're probably going to notice a lot of contradictions between the beliefs I'm about to say. If it's okay with you, Grant, I'm going to speed run these because they're all so insane. I just want to get your overall reaction.
Happy to give it my overall.
All of them.
Nice, good.
Okay. If you notice contradictions, correct. You are correct. I made a vague effort at the beginning to try and organize these from most believable to least believable, but then by the time I like kind of hit the end, I was just putting them wherever. Yeah. So if you're offended by my order, fair enough.
I'm about to hear 5 or 20.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. And some of them I'm going to have explanations for, some I won't. So the first one that I'm listing is one that like I can see some merit to. Their theory is that the government has cured cancer and that the government is hiding the cure. I don't necessarily think the government would do that. I do, however, believe that big pharma would do that because cancer is a multi-million-dollar industry. And that frankly makes sense to my little rat brain. But also there's a lot of types of cancer, and to say that all cancer is cured seems like a very big umbrella statement. And obviously I don't necessarily believe that the way that these people are saying that, but if ever there is a time where like,
you recognize there's a system that is encouraging treatment versus cure.
We're in late stage capitalism, baby. Okay. That's the first one. Second one, Trump is a lot smarter than he lets on. Here are all of their things related to COVID. COVID is a hoax. Bill Gates created it. Just note the conflict between those two statements. Third one, China created COVID. Fourth one, COVID is biowarfare meant to target pedophiles. Bleach, aka miracle mineral solution, is a cure for COVID. Anti-malaria drugs are a cure for COVID. 5G interferes with the natural systems of the body and transmits COVID. And they also have this theory called plandemic, which it was like a 30-minute YouTube video that I didn't watch because God forbid. And I think basically they're claiming that COVID's fake. They also have the Great Awakening and the Fall Cabal. Fall Cabal, I think, is like a QAnon documentary. Didn't watch that, obviously. They're anti-vax. They believe they believe vaccines have trackers and that Bill Gates donated to make sure that vaccines had trackers in them. They believe 9/11 and school shootings are all inside jobs and are all kind of acted out by crisis actors. Robert Mueller was looking into the Russian interference in the 2016 election. That whole thing that he was looking into the Russian interference is actually all just a cover up for him investigating the pedophilia ring in Hollywood. The whole Russia thing is so that no one would be suspicious of him. Shout out reality winner. This is not true, obviously. Trump fired Robert as a cover-up, but they're actually BFFs, IRL. So here are all the theories related to JFK and JFK Jr. JFK and or JFK Jr., a little unclear. They are alive. I think it's JFK Jr. has been alive and in hiding this whole time. JFK Jr. will show up to Trump's rallies dressed up as Santa Claus. The whole group also believes that Hillary Clinton killed JFK Jr., JFK and the whole group of whoever have been looking at Trump since the 90s because they believe he is the only person powerful enough to stop the human trafficking ring, maybe because of his ties to Hollywood.
What Avatar The Last Airbender plot
Truly.
line? Sorry.
So they started looking at him since the 90s. Another theory, Michelle Obama is a man. End of that theory. MK Ultra is real. So I don't know what they mean by MK Ultra is real because MK Ultra was real. I think maybe they mean MK Ultra is like ongoing, but MK Ultra is a result of the CIA during the beginning of the Cold War being convinced that communists had developed a technique to control human minds. And MK Ultra operated from the 50s to 60s and is now thought of as one of the most thorough searches in history for techniques in mind control. Plot twist, they did not find any techniques for mind control.
But we spend $1 billion trying to find them.
And also probably killed and tortured a lot of people, a lot of people who were in prisons. A lot of human testing involved. Many of these people were out of prisons and detention centers in Japan, Germany, and the Philippines. According to NPR, many of the subjects endured varying levels of physical and psychological torture from electroshock to high doses of LSD. Ironically, what the lead chemist found, Sidney Gottlieb, he thought mind control would result from a two-step process. Step 1, first, you have to blast away the existing mind. Step 2, you have to find a way to insert a new mind into that resulting void. That sounds a lot like indoctrination into a cult. Moving on, next theory. Black Lives Matter movement is just to distract us from the pedophilia ring. Next theory, Kim Jong-un is a CIA agent. Next theory, Trump had Hillary Clinton executed. So whoever Hillary Clinton is now, body double. I don't know. Next theory, this theory was before Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. So they believed that she was already dead as of 2019. Obviously not true. Next theory, this one was actually really widespread. This one showed up on my For You page and stuff. And for a while, I did not trust Wayfair because I was unsure. I didn't understand what was happening. Wayfair is involved in human trafficking. The furniture is named after missing people, and the prices for certain furniture is way too much for the furniture, aka $10,000 for a cabinet or something. And they're doing this to leave clues for Q. And the furniture is often has human names like the Melissa or so stuff like that. Anyway, that was a big one. That was also during the pandemic. Okay. Next theory. The arrests for human trafficking in Hollywood have already begun as of 2021. And if you look carefully, all of the ankles are cut off of most recent pictures of any Hollywood people because they're all wearing ankle monitors. Next theory. There's a dossier out there proving that this is the most insane one to me. There's a dossier out there that proves Trump colluded with Russia and also includes, for some reason, a video of Trump being peed on by a sex worker. But this video was paid for by Barack and Hillary. But it also never existed. So,
what?
Yeah, that one's the most insane to me. The Queen of England is a shapeshifter, and thousands of people saw her shift into a lizard person. The next theory, the government was behind the creation of... The government was behind the creation of Monsters, Inc. as an allegory to the humans trafficking ring. If you think about it, kind of makes sense because they scare kids as nightmares.
I want to make sure this is clear. This is an official message from your partners at Will I Laughed. It makes sense was our way of saying, based off of the things we've covered today that they believe.
Oh yeah, no, it's
that
not
would
real.
then fit into the canon of the fictional world they live in. This has been a message from Grant of While I Laugh.
Thank you for that. Okay.
No, because I do get it. Like, that is actually like...
It actually, like, makes a weird amount of
which
sense.
then raises the question, did the person who was Q just watch Monsters Inc? And then is this all of Monsters Inc. fan fiction? Is Mike Wazowski the reason why January 6th happened?
Is Nancy Pelosi that, like, person in the window that's like, I'm always watching?
Isn't that nice?
That's canon for me. No,
my dad loves to quote her.
That's actually canon. Okay, next theory. Vladimir Putin destroyed adrenochrome plants in Ukraine and intercepted adrenochrome shipments heading to the U.S. during the Russia-Ukraine war. It should be noted that this particular theory was posted to Real Raw News, which is a satirical news outlet. Although some seem to claim that the author of the post had previously defended his article as fact. Regardless, this rumor spread quickly on socials.
And is not vaguely, like weirdly pro-Russian war. But
yeah.
Okay.
This next one is serious and like kind of hard to hear. I'm not even going to tell you all of it. I am going to tell Grant all of it just because I need to share this off of my chest. There is something called Frazzle Drip, which has been debunked, but claims to be a video of Hillary Clinton and that aide, the
Huma?
Huma doing something, assaulting and trigger warning, killing a young girl. Really, truly, if you do not have the mental capacity or emotional capacity, do not Google that one.
I wouldn't Google anything we've covered today.
Yeah, because that one's horrible. Maya, hello, Maya, or Casey, whoever cut this. And we're back.
And sorry, we're not back. Like that sentence, if I saw
it's
that,
an insane thing
if
to
I
say.
read it in a horror fiction, I'd be like, I'm out of the story now.
If you read
like,
that from something that you're like one of your students wrote, you would, I think, report them to something.
Yeah, I'd be like, this was honestly like weird and bad.
This was a crazy thing that you just said. People are gonna have a lot of.
But this week it's no. Hey.
No.
No. Hey, also, I want you to eat lunch in the room this week.
Okay. Yeah. Just gonna watch you.
Just gonna kind of like reincorporate you into society. We're back now.
We're back. We're back.
Listen, it was pretty dark, and then we did the thing that we do, which is we find a moment for us to be grateful
humor
for each other about it, and now we're back.
The last two things I will say. The second to last one, anti-Semitism, of course. Jewish people are running a thing called the Great Replacement, where Jewish people are leading immigrants of color into the country to wipe out white people. So this is also a really common belief with white nationalists.
The guy in El Paso who committed that horrendous act of violence
probably
believed in Great Replacement theory, right?
I believe so. In Charlottesville, this is like the big thing where it was brought up, in the Unite the Right riots in 2018, a lot of the chants included things like blood and soil and, quote, Jews will not replace us.
Right.
That's this. There's also something called the Turner Diaries, which is basically a white nationalist Bible. Unfortunately, the leap from QAnon to white nationalism is not a big leap.
It's actually not a leap at all.
Yeah,
it's just a jump to the left.
Unfortunately,
and then a step to the right.
There are a lot of Jewish people that get drawn into QAnon.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of other religions too, but the shocking one to me was Jewish people. Like, if you're Orthodox Jew and you're anti-vax, that's it. You get in.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the Turner Diaries is essentially the white nationalist Bible. It depicts a violent overthrow of the government, and it ends in mass lynchings, fire in the streets of D.C., and every Jew's throat cut. Additionally, it should be noted, at January 6th, there were a lot of people wearing Camp Auschwitz shirts with the English version of the German phrase that was on the gates. And then the last most unrealistic belief of QAnon, not only are the people of the deep state lizard people, but Q is not actually a person. Q is from a species called the blue-avians, which is fifth dimensional, interdimensional, extraterrestrial, bipedal bird aliens. Q is one of those. They're trying to save the human race. And
so Q is God, and he's come down. He's this otherworldly figure with magical powers who's writing encoded scripture for us to figure out how to save our country. And it all comes through Donald Trump.
It all comes, Q
It's just
Donald Trump is, like, if you're trying to make a direct relation between these two and the Bible, it would be like Q is God, Donald Trump is Jesus.
It's just so hard because it's like you go to a Kamala Harris rally and like no one is there for this kind of stuff. No. Like everyone's there is like, I'm legitimately concerned about electing a person who didn't engage in a peaceful transfer of power, or like I believe in like the wealthiest country in the world having a better healthcare system. It's not even like I don't
believe that Hillary is a lizard.
Right. And then you go to the Trump rally where this is clearly like a vein and an element. And it's like there's a certain element, like it's just nothing Democrats would ever say would change these voters' minds. And then that's not a democracy anymore, because it's not about policy. It's about fiction. Like imagine being a Sarah Jessica Ma voter.
S.J. Moss.
S.J. Moss, sure, great. Imagine being a voter for that.
Yes.
Or like a fourth wing voter, right? Like,
first of all, they're the same book, so.
Are they? Is it the same?
No, it's not. No,
okay.
It's not. It's just, there's a lot of similarities.
I was like, wait, is it? I had no idea. But imagine being like, I'm going to vote for the candidate that most identifies with the terrifying fiction that I keep reading.
Oh, yeah, no.
I mean, I can only vote for gay candidates if that's true. But no, you know what I'm saying.
Yes. So the most out there, outlandish QAnon theory that at least I could find, I'm sure there are more that I frankly don't want to read, are there are interdimensional aliens, demons, and reptilian people that are all real and all like walking among us, essentially. So now we'll get into Q's predictions. But first, let's talk cognitive dissonance, which we've already brought up once. But cognitive dissonance is when your personal beliefs disagree with some fact or reality or newly presented idea to you. It doesn't even need to be facts or reality. It could be like you have one conspiracy theory and then another conspiracy comes in and like butts up against it, and you're going to fall back on what you have known and believed. So most often people will fall back on their beliefs and then rather than change their personal views to accommodate this new belief system. So some of these things I'm about to talk about, I'm not sure if they were brought up by Q originally or if they were more like a hive mind interpretation of a Q drop or whatever. We're only going to talk about a couple. There's a lot. I think actually some ex-QAnon members have cited that there's a thread that at least was circulating on X, formerly known as Twitter, that has every single one of QAnon's failed predictions. And I'm pretty sure most, if not all of them, didn't come true. And this is actually what ended up getting a lot of QAnon members out of it. Because they were like, okay, like seeing it all stacked up against them was like, I can't believe this anymore. But when there's one theory that fails, it's very easy for people of these like extreme beliefs to like then just like alter it slightly to feel okay moving forward. So these are the beliefs that I at least wrote down. Q predicted July 4th, 2019, JFK Jr. I'm truly not sure if it's JFK or JFK Jr. at any point, would reveal that he wasn't dead.
He died in a plane accident, and so it was Jr.
Jr. Okay. After he did not emerge on July 4th, 2019, they then said that they had changed plans and that he would emerge in 2020 and be announced as Donald Trump's running mate. Obviously, that didn't happen. I don't know what they morphed to after that. Q also predicted that Trump would win the 2020 election. And obviously, instead of accepting that he didn't win, they just said that he did.
Right. Stop the steal.
Yeah. March 4th, 2021. This was Inauguration Day before the 20th Amendment was passed in 1933. And so once they initially, after Trump didn't win, they were like, okay, he's going to take it in February on Inauguration Day. And then when he didn't take it on Inauguration Day, they were like, okay, it's going to be March 4th because that's actually
the actual Inauguration Day.
And therefore, Trump is actually only the 19th president of the United States of America.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So anyway, that's cute. It's a lot like doomsday believers. So have you heard of the Great Disappointment?
You're supposed to point back at me. This is just bullying if you don't point at me.
Yeah, I know. Grant pointed at me and then I pointed at myself. And my mom still doesn't know that I run this podcast. So the Great Disappointment happened in 1844. This is a comparison. I can't take credit for this. This is a comparison QAnon to the Great Disappointment. This was made by Jan Kosten of the New York Times. They said that during the time, there was a lot of religious upheaval in the United States, and there was a Baptist minister, William Miller, predicted the second coming of Jesus Christ would happen on March 21st, 1844. This didn't happen. And he was like, wait, sorry, I miscalculated. It'll actually be April 18th, 1844. And so when this didn't happen, another preacher of the denomination group cult, whatever, called the Millerites, which I think is based off of William Miller, Millerites. His name was Samuel Snow, declared that it's actually going to happen on the 10th day of the seventh month of the present year, which that would be
the 10th day of the 7th month, so July 10th.
Yeah, July 10th. But wait, sorry, actually, I'm going to use the Jewish calendar, which is more accurate than the Gregorian calendar. And so that's actually going to make it October 22nd.
Okay, nice.
Okay, Shakespeare, calm the hell down. What are you doing?
I think you mean Abraham Lincoln. 402 moons ago.
Who says the 10th day of the 7th month of the present year? And they're actually, it's the 22nd day of the 10th month of the present year. Anyway, that one didn't happen either. And so the Millerites, ironically, didn't end, shockingly, but they ended up fracturing into many different sects, one of which becomes the
Lutherans. No, I'm kidding. Totally
wild. Become the pretty well-known Seventh-day Adventist Church, who now believes that October 22nd, while of course it's not the second coming, he actually was predicting some event that happened in heaven.
So last week's episode, Maia came out pretty clearly in her belief that Seventh-day Adventist was a high control group.
No, that was Jehovah's Witness.
You're right, and I'm wrong.
Yep, for sure.
Never mind.
The Seventh-day Adventist
I had
might
connected
also
two
be
things
a cult.
together.
I don't know. I haven't done work. The Jehovah's Witness, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so one of the really big reasons QAnon, I think, is not just a conspiracy theory, but is a cult, is because when these predictions don't come true that Q has said, and obviously the ones that I've said are few of many. They've said a lot of times, so-and-so is going to be arrested today, and so such and such is going to happen, and
Taylor Swift's going to come out with a new album.
And god damn it, the people, a lot of the members do not become disillusioned. A lot of them just understand that it's going to be whatever they say next, or that they're going to continue their belief. They believe even through failed prophecies, and some of them believe that the events maybe even did occur, but were kept under wraps. Okay, Q said that, I didn't hear about it, but because I didn't hear about it doesn't mean it didn't happen. And so surely someone is covering it up. Or what the Great Disappointment did, they just move it out into the future.
Do they do any post-prediction stuff? Hey, that thing that just happened in the news, that was this.
Not that I know of, but I also didn't do a whole lot of research into it. So Adrienne LaFrance, who is the executive editor of The Atlantic, and also I think has written a lot of articles investigating QAnon, said, quote, "The Q worldview isn't just highly tolerant of contradictions, it's reality proof," which is another way of saying QAnon is not going anywhere. It will morph, it may even eventually go by a different name. But for as long as the major political fault lines in this nation are drawn between elites and populists, QAnon, or whatever it warps into, will be with us. Next chapter of my episode. The deviations and similarities to cults with Dr. Lalick. So, do you remember the 4 key things that Dr. Lalick said define a cult?
A leader who has no accountability, right?
Yep.
A cohesive worldview, high control over your everyday life, and
influence.
There it is. Okay. Yeah. I was hold on.
The last 2 are essentially the same. Yeah.
Right. Because I was what I was trying to do is remember what high school football teams are like. To be wait, I had a really solid analogy for this.
So, yeah. he got it like basically correct. She says that there is a charismatic authoritative leader, that's often a narcissist, a transcendental belief system, transcendental belief system, and then 2 interlocking things, systems of control and systems of influence. So if you were to kind of analyze QAnon through that scope, would you say that QAnon's a cult?
Yeah, there's no way to even figure out who the leader is, so there's no accountability measures.
True.
They are uniting you around whatever passion project you have from the media isn't what I want it to be, to I'm concerned about children. It provides this grand vision. I think so. Yeah, it feels like it checks off a bunch of the boxes.
Yeah, okay. I agree.
What does Dr. Lalick say?
So we're going to talk about the first... I didn't organize this, I think, in the way that I wanted to. But anyway, the first thing that she says, charismatic authoritarian leader. And this one is the one that a lot of people are like, well, they don't have a clear leader, so obviously they're not a cult. QAnon, however, relies more on the phrase, like, do your own research. And it also allows for each member to have their own unique belief system based off of what they're personally willing to accept.
Right.
This also allows every person to interpret every Q drop differently. And so, especially during that 18-month hiatus that Q had between December of 2020 and June of 2022, when there was no new information, members of this group were looking to the micro celebrities of QAnon for like a new kind of retelling or like interpretation of some of the old drops to like maybe find new meaning to what they were trying to say. But what Dr. Lalick really says is that the relationship between the leader and the followers in these high control groups is not based off of like information they provide. It's based off of the power dynamic. And the power dynamic is given to the leader from the followers. So if the leader like...
So as long as they're following something, that's what we're talking about.
That's all that matters. So the imbalance of power is not something the leader is born with, but it's something the follower attributes to the leader, which gives them the power. And then the leader is then obligated to continue to lead and then also continue to do things that make them special. So in this case, with an online cult, being on an 18-month hiatus in some ways make them even more special. Like every single word that they've ever said, you are now reanalyzing and re-looking at and like reconsidering. And like maybe is it something that like we didn't do enough and now Q isn't giving us the information that we thought we were working towards a better future for, and like all of that. So in the case of religious cults, the power granted to the leader could be divine. So therefore, without the leader, you can no longer determine the will of your deity or deities. In the case of a political movement, the power is more in line with like the analytical power of the leader. Like if we don't have this leader, we then can't interpret Mao. We can't interpret Marx in the case of like the DWP. Like we're not going to know what to do next without our leader's like brain. Right. Essentially. So in the context of QAnon, it could be that without Q, you don't know the insider information of the Trump administration, or you don't have a chance of ridding the world of evil, since Trump is essentially the prophesized savior that Q is kind of given to you. Q presents themselves in a way of a direct line to Trump. And so we're talking a more religious side of QAnon, but Dr. Lalick acknowledges that the leader of QAnon is not just one person, but she also does say that many followers respect Q more because they're so mysterious. There are a lot of...
They're like, Q's not even doing it for the fame. He just really cares about us.
There's also, like, even Dr. Lalick said in her own cult, there were a lot of members that never met the leader of her organization. And that's not uncommon in cults, especially religious cults, especially big religious cults. Like Jim Jones, a lot of people don't interact with him. A lot of people
they see the like public facing material, but then never have a one-on-one.
They don't have a one-on-one interaction with him. And some cults operate differently, where like they really rely on that one-on-one interaction to like keep that like
cult
power.
Of personality.
Yes, exactly. But in this case, the fact that no one even knows who he is kind of gives him more of like an ethereal deity like air to him. So Dr. Lawlick also says they're finding a sense of belonging and purpose in these groups, and it is still really a self-sealing system because of the social media algorithm that once you click on like the comment section, even if you're like, don't believe it, the social media algorithm is going to start feeding you some of the same content. And so slowly you are getting removed from interacting with non-believers, which then like rids you of this like kind of reality. And she also mentions that it's actually exacerbated by social media platforms banning these kinds of extremist beliefs, because once you get down that rabbit hole, boom, you're on an entirely different platform, and you're not even able to interact with
fewer controls and fewer normies to talk to.
Yeah, and now you're really only in an echo chamber. The second thing that defines a cult for Dr. Lawlick, the transcendent belief system. This is something that will give answers to the past, the present, and the future. And people who believe in this are led to believe it is the only true belief system. And by believing this, you are elite. So QAnon is saving us from the Satanists and the child abuse. So in interviewing a QAnon member in what the whole plan of QAnon is, she says, and it's very stunted, and I tried to like kind of make that clear with like how I wrote it down. So I'm going to do my best to like reenact what she says, but she's literally asked, what's the plan? And she said, what's the plan? It's to save the world from the evils that are out there.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Phenomenal
Let
answer.
me know when you flesh out more, but I'm
going to need 3 more sentences.
We're bought
on
in.
That. Like, yeah. So this whole belief system alters your sense of morality so that instead of operating off of your own morality, you're operating off of the morality of the group, which is the us versus them mentality. It's breaking you down, building you up to be a good functioning member of this organization. Then the 2 other things that she has are systems of control and systems of influence. This is something that people are like, well, there's no actual system of control because they don't like take your money. They don't tell you how to speak, how to dress, how to live your life, where to live.
They are telling you how to vote.
They are telling you how to vote. You are also expected socially to like speak and behave in a certain way. And if you're not like so outwardly showing of your support, at a certain point, you're going to be berated. Like, well, I have 5 flags on my truck.
Right.
And you only have 1.
Right.
So
if you really cared, you'd have 4 more.
Yeah, exactly. So all of this is really playing on your emotions, which is the systems of influence, to disassemble who you are and rebuild who the cult wants you to be. As we've talked about earlier, guilt, shame, fear, love. And the big one in this case in online cults is peer pressure. So the slogans, as I mentioned, like lock her up, where we go one, we go all, stop the steal, things that you chant at these like rallies and riots and gatherings and whatever.
So it's all the groupthink that we're seeing.
All of the groupthink turns into, I think I mentioned this earlier, I'm not sure, what Dr. Lawlick calls a high arousal technique, which is something that's known in the industry of high control
gets the people
groups.
going.
Yeah. So it gets followers pumped up, which shuts down your critical thinking. Like when we talked about the Word of Faith Fellowship, you remember Christina, the 4th grader, who's brought to church to the blasting prayer, and she doesn't understand what's going on. She even sees that it's hurting her 2-year-old brother who ends up passing out, and she still like follows along and like does what she sees other people doing. It's a very similar thing. Like you don't want to be the one
that's
person that's out, you know? And so it just leads back to cognitive dissonance. So with the return of Dr. Yanya Lawlick,
yes,
I have a question to ask you, Grant. And I promise there's actually no right answer this time. There was never a right answer, but this time especially. There is an answer I think is correct. But do you think QAnon's a cult?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been that from the start of this episode.
Okay.
Like just from the amuse-bouche, from the little bit I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, second question. What kind of cult?
A bad one.
Political or religious?
Political for
really?
sure. I'm actually not entirely convinced that it's not some element of a foreign agent intentionally acting to destabilize U.S. democracy. That just fits into a larger narrative of what has been proven from reputable sources so far.
I think it's more religious.
Okay.
Because from the political cults that I've seen, or the more like self-improvement cults, NXIVM, the Democratic Workers' Party cults, those cults seem more geared toward we're doing this for the greater good. And they always tend to have answers relating to you as a person. Like with NXIVM, if you didn't really understand, they'd be like, well, you don't understand. Like, I can see what's actually best for you in this situation. And in religious cults, it's more like, well, don't you want you and your family to make it to heaven?
Right.
And like, don't you want the world to have a better outcome? And to me at least, it seems like religious cults are more based here in reality. And I feel like religious cults are more like, trust me.
Sure.
Like,
and I mean, I mentioned just earlier that some of them think, QAnon is this like vague alien Christ-like figure, right? But I don't necessarily, I think we're missing elements of like worship necessarily that would,
what if
in
I
my
told you
mind,
there's a QAnon church?
I would believe it 100%. 100% I would. Are you kidding me?
There is.
You could tell me there's a QAnon
I'm pretty sure it was on
Ben and
Zoom
Jerry's
for a
flavor,
while.
and I'd be like, yeah, okay.
I bet it's either really good or really gross.
The Ben and Jerry's QAnon flavor. It's
What
a
would it
mystery.
But what would it be?
A mystery.
Oh, so you don't know what you're getting?
No. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, lame.
Okay. What would the QAnon conspiracy theory be? Flavor of Ben and Jerry's ice cream.
Yeah.
I mean,
My first thought is it's going to have potato chips in it. I don't know why, but that's like exactly what I thought.
you open it up and it's just Rocky Road.
Rocky Road, but like 50% nut.
Nice.
That was actually a great metaphor.
Works on a couple levels.
Yeah, it
Works
does.
on a couple levels.
Yeah, it does. Okay.
Ben and Jerry's is not affiliated with QAnon, and if it does get connected in some way, we're
I will
sorry
be heartbroken.
that it started here.
I will never be the same.
Remember that time I vaguely was like, I can't eat Ben and Jerry's anymore, and we had like a dozen people be like, why? What's wrong with Ben and Jerry's? And I was like, lactose.
I can't eat lactose.
And they were
anymore.
like, boo, hate you, hate crime, boo.
I still feel like that, to be fair. I love Ben and Jerry's.
I know you do.
Okay. Who is Q? Who do you think Q is?
A foreign actor.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, you think
Like,
that?
I think of all the options, that has a plurality of my opinion.
Can I show you a Q drop?
Sure.
There are two. Do not scroll because these are actually towards the end. This one. These are the two final Q drops.
Yeah.
A lot of them are memes, though, to be fair. If you're interested in reading Q drops, good for you. There's a whole archive. Please do it on an incognito browser. It's qanon.pub. You can see all of them.
How do you protect your DNA? There's a war for your DNA. Protect your DNA. Ascension.
This is like literally what it was like talking to my ex-boyfriend when he was like on psychedelics.
Yikes. Just yikes. This whole thing is yikes. You know how much of a skeptic I am. You know how like
I know.
in these areas I struggle to be sympathetic. I'm just like, it's nonsense.
I do think that maybe foreign actors had a hand in increasing visibility on some of these things. I don't think Q in and of themselves is a foreign actor. I don't discredit the fact that they were most likely helped by foreign actors.
Sure.
I don't think they themselves are. I think they're too dumb.
Okay.
Yeah. That's where I'm at. Okay, who is Q? Depending on your belief system, some people believe Q is Trump, which is hilarious to me.
So funny.
Yeah.
Fifi.
And other times Q is not. Sometimes Q is a savior. You looked at her.
I did.
You
she
messed
was
up.
so cute.
She was really cute. She was under
Talking
her
about a dog in the room right now.
wanky, a little lady. Okay, so a lot of people think that it can be a singular person. A lot of people think it's Trump and his team. Some people think it is a huge group of people using the same login, aka JFK Jr. or none of the above. I don't know. In general, people believe that Q likely might be an insider with Trump. Okay. One thing that convinces people of this, aside from what he says, because he does, like Q will say a lot of times, like imply that they're close to Trump. One time he posted a picture looking out the window of Air Force One, and around the same time, Trump posted a very similar picture on his Twitter. Crazy. There is
feels sloppy too.
It does. And someone pointed out, one of the podcasts, I think Sinisterhood pointed out that sometimes the timestamps don't actually match up. So like Q will actually post about things maybe like 45 minutes after they happen, and people won't really acknowledge that because they're so similar in time frame that they think he posted at the same time or right before. But it's not. And so there are some of those instances. And also, like, don't tell me you think Donald Trump isn't watching Q's every fucking move.
Sure,
like
or being updated by it.
Yeah, exactly. And so there are the three people that boosted Q's beliefs. They're Q's initial drops. Paul Ferber, Coleman Rogers, and Tracy Diaz. And some people think that the three of them might have something to do with Q because a lot of them had careers kick off because of QAnon. After being kicked off of Reddit for discussing QAnon, Paul Ferber and his wife started something called Patriot Soapbox, which is an around-the-clock live stream for QAnon studying and discussion. And all three of them seem to solicit donations. Yeah. Like I mentioned, a lot of these micro-celebrities have Patreons.
Right.
So they do have a monetary benefit for Q. Some people think Jim and Ronald Watkins have something to do with it. The people that bought 8chan from Fred Brennan and then were like, how dare you take this freedom of speech away from us when we had like mass murderers on our website posting their manifestos. There have been instances where one of them, I think mainly Ron, would post something on their personal account that would then be later posted by Q and then deleted from their personal account. Should be noted, this is just fucking hilarious to me. Ron Watkins they're both in the Philippines. So I don't know when they moved to the U.S. or whatever. Ron ran for Congress for Arizona in 2022 and came in dead last.
Good.
With, I think less than 4% of the votes.
Yikes. Embarrassing. Humiliating.
That's really hard for you, buddy. That's really hard. One ex-member of QAnon, this is the Australian Bernie Sanders supporter. He's interviewed on a lot of things. I think I'm going to try and pronounce his name. I'm going to butcher it. I heard it pronounced a couple of times and I didn't internalize it. It's Jatarth Jadeha, I think. Gave a lot of interesting insight. He's been interviewed on... He was interviewed on Anderson Cooper, where he apologized to Anderson Cooper for believing the things he did while he was in QAnon, which I never watched the interview, but just That's hilarious. Headline alone is so
QAnon
funny
supporter
to me.
Apologizes. Yeah. Thank God.
So I listened to a couple interviews with him. One of them was on a podcast called Trust Me. It's like explicitly about like cults and like high control situations. And he seems to have a really good like humor about the whole situation. Like he was laughing. He's like, I believed in these fucking blue aliens, y'all. And so he makes a good point that is then also corroborated by the New York Times. The New York Times had an article posted in 2022, I think, where two separate forensic teams did like writing analysis on like a big chunk of the Q drops and compared it to high-profile QAnon micro-celebrities, essentially, and discovered that they believe, separately, they came to the same conclusion, that at the beginning, it was Paul Ferber.
Okay.
Paul's response to being accused of this is, well, of course my writing looks like Q's. Q has influenced me so deeply that now I write like Q. It's like me telling stories like Grant.
I once saw Grant wearing army pants and flip-flops.
And now I wear army pants and flip-flops.
And now I have destabilized our government.
Yeah, exactly. So they think it's Paul. Jatarth also points out that it's not impossible for Q to have changed multiple times throughout the span of them posting.
Sisterhood of the Traveling Conspiracy, absolutely.
Exactly. Also, I think he pointed out...
Executive producer Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, he pointed out at one point that... Oh, God, I cannot remember what the first password for QAnon's account was, but it was something that was like Metlock or something. It was like something really obvious, and it was like not even a number or a symbol. Like what?
Warner 1 exclamation point.
Like essentially. And so, yeah. And so he points out that it's not impossible for Q to have been hacked and the password changed. And there were a couple instances that he remembers while he was in QAnon that there were like multiple people claiming to be Q and that the moderator would have to track the IP address and like let everyone know like this one's the real one.
Right.
And this actually aligns with the studies that were published in New York Times. The studies conclude that Q also likely changed to Ron Watkins around 2018. The article is actually really fascinating. It'll be linked in the show notes. They talk about all of the forensic reasons why they're able to like create signatures for different people in the way that they write. So, Paul tended to use Socratic questions, while the other Q drops towards the end mainly used declarative and expository with lots of exclamation points and a lot of words written in all caps, which was not like the first Q drops. And so now you might say, Grant,
I might.
How can you believe someone you've never seen and you don't even know who they are?
I mean, do we have time to talk about our religious trauma or?
The real reason is this like staunch believers of QAnon do not care who Q is.
Sure.
They don't. There's a quote, I think that was a tweet.
The staunch believers of QAnon don't care.
Period. End of sentence. Yeah. Quote, the funniest thing about those who try to discredit Q, they focus on whether Q is real or not, instead of the information being provided. No one, in all caps, cares about who Q is. We, in all caps, care about the truth, in all caps. Girl, what?
We're dumb. Sometimes we're dumb as people.
Sometimes we are. Will you plug that in? It's the black cord on the ground. We're close-ish to done.
What?
Yeah, we're close.
Sorry, just watching the screen continue.
Yeah.
On the ground.
Yeah. We only have a couple more sections. Okay, so the next section is called Power Over People.
Okay.
This is where we talk about how people have been affected by QAnon.
Okay.
In some more dangerous ways. So the first and most dangerous thing I will say about QAnon, and even just their far-right beliefs, is the pressure not to trust unreliable sources, even when Q in and of themselves is an unreliable source. Right. I'm sorry, like even if you don't care who Q is, they're not reliable. Like by definition. You care about the
information, but it's like how are you verifying the information?
The information is true. You don't know who they are. You don't know how they're getting these things, and like they're not reliable. So it's important in the context of the lack of a charismatic leader that a lot of people think the reason QAnon is not a cult. This in and of itself is showing a lack of transparency and a lack of path to accountability, because we don't even know who they are. We can't be mad at them for lying, you know? So their like whole phrase, trust me, but don't trust unreliable sources, opens the door for if and when you find something that counters your belief with like cognitive dissonance, you just automatically think, well, this must be one of those unreliable sources I've been warned about. Yeah, so one of the most irritating things about QAnon is that they will read into every single thing Trump does. Like, in one case, he was drinking from a Fiji water bottle, and they were like, that was intentional because Fiji is a big place for human trafficking.
What? Fiji isn't a big place. Period.
I mean, Fiji, I think, is like a well-known spot for human trafficking, but like, girl, do you think he has like that much control over what water bottle he's drinking out of? Goodbye.
Or that he'd drink Dasani.
Yeah. So people believe even things like his misspellings, like Kavefi, or his like all caps and stuff are clues using numerology, where like the letter A is equal to the number 1 or whatever. There's a lot of emphasis in QAnon over the number 17, which is Q in the alphabet. Okay. They think that the color of Trump's ties are like representative of different maritime flags. So he's trying to communicate through the color of his ties. So I don't know what red means. The big one that I keep fucking hearing about for people who are like, well, the real turning point for me that I believe Trump believed in this is because at one point for QAnon, they said like, well, can you get Trump to say the phrase like tippy-top in a speech? Or in his next speech. So Trump didn't say the phrase tippy-top in his next speech because I think it was like a big one. But in a speech, I want to say there was some relation to the number 17. I don't know if it was 17 days after or whatever, 17 speeches after. I think it was at Easter. He says the phrase tippy-top in reference to like the state of the lawn or something. He was like, it's in tip-top shape. Some might say tippy-top shape. And then a lot of people, like including Jatarth, were like, that's wild that he just said that.
Is it? That man speaks and sounds like a child.
Yeah. Which actually a lot of people think is actually making it easier for people to understand him. And so the barrier to entry to supporting him is so low because you don't feel like you need to understand all the policies and all the jargon.
Celebration of stupidity.
Yeah. So anyway, honestly, to me, I even wrote this down. It feels like Swifties looking for Easter eggs because Taylor Swift loves the number 13 and it all just feels like 17 and 13, whatever. Not to say that Swifties are Trumpers because we all know Taylor Swift does not support Donald Trump because she endorsed Kamala Harris. But I am saying sometimes y'all look for the craziest ass Easter eggs. And I'm like, girl, maybe she's just wearing that skirt and top.
It's called wish casting, Maya. It's called wish casting.
She likes those colors together, man. There's no pattern. Okay. There's a Media Matters study on QAnon being perpetrated by Trump. In fact, there's a lot of Media Matters studies that have on Trump's perpetration of QAnon, and you can look them up, and they're all super interesting. And I didn't get like really into the depths of them just because to me it feels like so obvious that Trump is providing more visibility to these theories that like I didn't necessarily want or need to get into all the numbers of it. I do bring a few of them up, but if you're interested, Google like Media Matters Trump QAnon, and you'll get a ton of sources. But one of their sources said, as of August 2020, Trump is responsible for boosting QAnon's presence by 216%.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, cute. Trump wasn't doing his job well enough, however, because the child sex trafficking continued and the Great Storm or Great Awakening hadn't happened. And so some QAnon supporters started doing things in the name of Q. And here we're going to talk about a few crimes that happened.
Oh, shit. Okay.
In 2018, a man named Matthew Wright, with a rifle and an armored truck, barricaded the Hoover Dam.
What?
Yep. He stood next to his truck with a sign reading, "Release the OIG report." This standoff lasted for half an hour before he fled in his truck. He drove over some of the deflation spikes and then continued to drive on 3 flat tires for another half hour before being apprehended. He was found with 2 assault-style rifles, 2 handguns, and 900 rounds of ammunition. And he was eventually, after like a bit of back and forth, I think, charged with terrorism.
Sure.
The OIG report is in reference to what QAnon followers believe is a secret report by the Justice Department's Office of the Inspector General in regards to the sex trafficking ring. And so release the OIG report is him saying, like, we know you have this information, release it.
Okay.
And I don't know why he thought the Hoover Dam was the place to barricade. It's a
People
road.
love that.
I guess. I don't know. 2019, Anthony Camillo killed...
All men so far. Interesting.
The last one is not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Anthony, there's a lot of them. I found, while Grant was here right before we like started recording, I found a Wikipedia page. It's like timeline of crimes committed in QAnon's name. And I was really just looking for the last one. But this one, 2019, Anthony Camillo killed a notorious Gambino mob boss, Francesco Cali, because, according to him, a breadcrumb or a Q drop told him he had the president's approval to make a citizen's arrest. That's an insane ending to that mod boss. Like, just this, like, unhinged person who thought he had approval from the president based off of a conspiracy theory he read on 4chan. And this man died. It's funny,
it was
but
a mob
it's
boss
not.
he killed?
It's a mob boss.
The ones you don't see coming.
It's funny, but it's not, you know? So
Well, maybe he was trying to find the Gardner Museum paintings, which are funding all of this trafficking.
That makes a lot of sense.
Naturally. Our podcast is actually an outlet for Q. I didn't even know it. That's how good Q is. I didn't even know.
I knew it. So, Anthony believed that Democrats were doing business with El Chapo. He also believed that the CIA had infiltrated the mafia and that the government was spying on him, and he had his phone in a copper bag to protect it from satellites. All of this he told the NYPD upon arrest.
Nice.
He believed that Francesco Cali, the guy he killed, was part of the deep state and part of the liberal cabal working to undermine Trump. While he's in court, he had large Qs drawn on his hands to show the press.
To show his loyalty.
Obviously. April of 2020, Jessica Prim is arrested while carrying several knives after live streaming her attempt to kill Biden. I'm not totally sure. Her attempt to like come after Biden, she had a lot of knives. I think what she was trying to do was to get on this Navy liner, the U.S. Navy hospital ship called the Comfort. She was arrested on a pier in New York City, and QAnon had previously, or Q had previously claimed that this ship was being used by the pedophiles to traffic children. And so I think she was trying to save the kids. I did see this in one source and wasn't able to, I didn't have enough time to back it up, but I think, I don't know her personal history, where she started. It took her 20 days to be radicalized into Q.
Wow.
From point one, I don't know where her political beliefs, her mental health, or whatever were at. She was not a follower of Q. 20 days in.
She's on a pier
She's
in
on
New
a
York
pier
City.
getting arrested trying to save children.
Jesus Christ.
Which is... A lot of experts in extreme beliefs have been shocked with the speed at which
people
can be radicalized.
Yeah.
Another thing, wildfires in September of 2020. Remember how like the entire West Coast was on fire?
Yes.
Yeah. People were refusing to evacuate their homes because they were sure Antifa was going to raid it. They were also sure that Antifa was actually setting the fires.
Naturally.
And then some people on the left, to be fair, were saying that it was like the Proud Boys that were setting those fires. So people unhinged from reality on both sides. This fact was quickly debunked by the FBI. This fact had been circulated on social media by a former U.S. Senate candidate who had lost in May of 2020. And he had claimed...
What state?
I don't know.
What's the name of the candidate?
Oh my God, I had it. I didn't write it down.
Okay.
He had claimed that arsonists were in custody, and then when he was asked by CNN about it, he said, "My original tweet is not 100% accurate. There is no question about that, but it is mostly accurate."
And he just doesn't care to clarify what was and wasn't?
Nope. Yeah. When asked if he was a QAnon follower, he said he's not, but he's seen some of the posts, and he said, quote, "I don't think you can discount Q more than you can discount anybody."
I hate people.
Really hate people. So there's a lot of Q presence at January 6th. A lot of like
the Q shaman, right?
Yeah, the Q shaman. That's a big one. There is a lot of quotes saying "follow the white rabbit," referring to going down the rabbit hole, Alice in Wonderland type things. QAnon in 2020 is announced as a domestic threat by the FBI. So just before January 6th. And they warped it. They were like, they heard that. And they were like, well, any publicity is good publicity. Which, if you have to say that at some point, if you have to keep saying that, can't be good. So now we get into the next section. I think this is like the second to last. Who believes this? Why?
Right.
How?
Like, because at least religion like makes you feel good about yourself and the world, right? And like gives you some comfort.
Yeah. So the Vice article I mentioned at the beginning, talking about family members and stuff. You remember the first one, the guy that ended up buying a machete after his wife was like, "Don't buy a gun."
I do remember that.
Yeah. So this was a quote from the wife. Quote, "Mark might not strike you as a stereotypical QAnon follower. There are no stereotypical QAnon followers. They are artists. They are young and old and middle-aged. They are brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, fathers, and mothers. They are grandparents. They are sons and daughters. They are highly educated and barely educated. They are tech-savvy and they are digitally illiterate. They are pastors preaching from the pulpit. They are from all corners of the United States and, increasingly, outside it. They are Republicans and Democrats. They were Bernie supporters and Obama supporters. They are business owners and elementary school teachers. They are professors and construction workers. They are IT directors and former FBI agents, and they work for the White House. There are no stereotypical QAnon followers." That might not have actually been from the wife. That might have just been the journalist, because that sounds so artsy.
Right.
So while investigating in 2021, Vice interviewed a lot of QAnon believers, as well as 36 families of those who believed, and here's what they found. The majority of believers were in their 50s to 70s, were white, and would say that they weren't supporters of Q while still spouting the conspiracies of Q. There's a former QAnon member, Shannon Foley, who says that they are not the most tech savvy of people. In fact, I think Shannon Foley said that she got out because at some point she saw some theory that Q is just like a boomer that doesn't really understand how to use technology. And at some point she just Googled like QAnon debunked, and that's how she got out.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's crazy shit like that. She also believes that a lot of the believers or all the followers are not tech savvy and therefore don't know how to fact check themselves.
Right.
And so they believe they're fact checking.
They get the worst website
and
possible.
they don't know how to like search the correct things or go to the right search engines. A lot of Christian evangelicals seem to be very tightly wound with their belief in like with QAnon. And so this isn't something I wrote, but there was a QAnon church. I don't know if it's still in operation. It started on Zoom. They would take offerings that would be given to some organization that quote unquote helped human trafficking, but I don't think there really was evidence of that. So yeah, statistically, people with lower IQs tend to join QAnon, but this is not by any means the rule or a common thread. Typically, it's people with high levels of insecurity and anxiety or other mental health issues, any high functioning depression, whether as a comorbidity or otherwise, allows you to self-isolate and be desperate for a purpose. Do I need to look into a mirror and say that again?
I said that I won't tell them the topic, but I got Maia to say something. So she was like da 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 da, thinking that she was going after somebody else, and I go,
now say it in
cool,
a
now
mirror.
say it in a mirror. And it was so funny, but in my mind I was like, oh, that was kind of mean.
No, it was real.
Where do I just
it was
did that?
Good. It was funny. It resonated.
Listen, I've used it on students now. When I get something that works really well on you guys, I bring it to the classroom.
So anyway, high functioning depression, which is now the only way I'm referring to myself.
Nice.
Also feel if you have a lot of feelings of anger and isolation, if you're feeling the need for a purpose, control, validation for your theories, a need to feel special, because there's nothing more special than feeling like you're cracking a code to a top secret plan.
Right.
You believe that you're better than others after this, and then you believe that if they don't understand you, that they just don't get it then, and you're saving them. If you're untrusting and more anti-establishment, or if you're more militant, some of these things are counterintuitive and don't go together, and that's fine because you can end up in QAnon from many different sides of it. If you're skeptical of science and or have an interest in debate, if you're someone that might go, well, actually...
Which is funny because I feel like during this entire process, it has made me like deeply skeptical about everything. Yeah. Like almost combative.
Anyway, so if you have a big ego, if you're arrogant or stubborn, especially to the point where you have trouble admitting that you're wrong, because you're going to have a hard time getting out at that point, right. Especially if you've invested any emotional or intellectual energy in that. If you have a high value in religion because you're primed to ride out blind faith without logic and have a denial of science with creationism and stuff. If you have a value in any other conspiracy theory, you're also primed and kind of ready to believe some of these theories. A lot of these things are really full of contradictions, and yeah, you're right. This is another quote from Jane Coaston from the New York Times. Quote, "The point of QAnon is not just that Hillary Clinton is already in prison at Guantanamo Bay or that Nancy Pelosi eats children. The point of QAnon is that there will be a point of reckoning in which evil will be punished and good will be rewarded. QAnon offers purpose, direction, mooring in a world that seems threatening, and offers insider knowledge of a, quote, plan. One that remains clear no matter what actually takes place in real life. Donald Trump will somehow be president again or already is president forever and always. Amen. QAnon will change and likely decrease in popularity, but remain critical to the lived experience of those who remain steadfast. Like the Millerites, QAnon will not be defeated by being wrong. Faith doesn't work that way." So the high tensions and unrest and isolation in 2020 surely happened at the right time and the right moment for Q and QAnon, because usually it takes one kind of social unrest to get people to feel unsafe or dysregulated or nervous in what they know. And 2020 had everything: social unrest, being isolated, a pandemic. They were looking for advice from scientists, but scientists were too busy trying to figure out solutions to things, and all they had were crazy theories online. Right. And so that's kind of what they turned to. So the benefits of conspiracy thinking. The benefits of conspiracy thinking are threefold. Epistemic. They provide an order to events you have no control over. Existential, they distract from social tension. And social, they give you a community. In short, they relieve, distract, and validate, which is really important for people who are in periods of transition, feeling maybe insecure, looking for a purpose. The pandemic played an important role in isolating people. Usually the first step to a cult is isolating people. They didn't even have to
like from
try.
your mom in Wisconsin.
Yeah, literally, yes.
Dr. Lilac.
In Milwaukee, yeah. Once the idea of a salacious scandal crosses your radar, how often do you forget that, Grant?
I mean, there's a lot happening in my life every single day.
Yeah, so, I mean, I always remember a salacious scandal. I've told you word for word scandals about people that you don't even know.
Correct.
Yeah.
I would love that kind of space to have obsessive scandals.
Get a more interesting life, Grant.
I think, well, okay.
Maybe stop surrounding yourself with teenagers.
Okay, maybe stop watching Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
No, I will not. And I will tell you details of how those women screw each other. Okay. Especially if a salacious scandal involves children or the innocent or the voiceless. That's something that especially people with like time and energy are going to latch onto.
Right.
Take things like white saviorism, or especially things, I like don't want to get too political, but things like abortion rights. Like the victims that do not have a voice, do not have a will, can't tell you how they want to be represented, are the easiest to represent. Right? You can't listen to how they want to be represented, so you can do whatever you want, essentially. It's easy to paint yourself as the hero. It seems a lot of people are introduced to QAnon through social media like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. So I wrote a question for you and I don't remember what I wrote. So here we go. Grant, when considering pre-existing beliefs and political alignment prior to being introduced and radicalized by Q, what do you think some of the most common threads are?
I have no idea. I mean, you said earlier that Sanders supporters were people that ended up being
that was one of the
QAnon
more like
people. Surprising,
wild ones.
Right.
I don't know if that's the common thread. I think my point here is that there isn't one.
Okay.
Like right-wing ideology and religion obviously helps in being primed to accept some of these harder to realize beliefs, but things like wellness and spirituality, I think I mentioned this last week, is that like if you believe in crystals and you're like in a position where you're like, I need to revamp my spirituality, and then you see something you're recommended on Facebook, something called the Great Awakening.
Right.
Boom, that's QAnon. So ultimately when it comes down to if a person is willing to admit that they're wrong, they're probably more likely to be able to get out of it.
Okay.
If there's someone that's more likely to, if they realize something doesn't feel right, they're more likely to like realize that other people have already kind of shunned them for their belief and delve deeper into their own belief to try and prove something.
Yeah.
That person is less likely to come out. Will their ego allow them to say, you were right, I was wrong? And that's, I think, one of the biggest things. Or will they search for more meaning that isn't there to prove their worldview is correct after all? So here are a few things. There's a bunch of things that have been done by various social media channels to quell the spread of QAnon. For example, Reddit deleted the PizzaGate thread pretty quickly back in 2016. Obviously, it's only fueled the belief at the time. They were like, oh my God, they deleted it. It must be true, Right. But like
the elitists are working together to hide the truth.
You can't win. Like if you let it go, then it spirals. And if you delete it, it still fucking spirals. Reddit also banned r/adrenochrome in 2020. Reddit's r/the Donald. The mods set up an auto delete function for any mentions of QAnon claims, which I actually think is fucking hilarious.
Really funny.
Yeah. Amazon removed a book relating to adrenochrome theory. QAnon affiliated accounts were banned from several major social media platforms. And in 2020, FBI officially listed QAnon as a domestic terror threat. So getting people out. If you have a member, or if you have a family member or a friend or whatever that's in QAnon or a high control group or a narcissistic relationship, some of these may apply in addition to some of the things I said last week. So many ex-QAnon members have said if Trump had told them to get out, they would have. So
I don't know if I believe that, to be completely honest.
I think a lot of them would. I think a lot of them really praise Trump because a lot of stark Trump supporters are like, we love him for the way he talks. We love him because of this, and like are really in it for him and think that because he is the savior, that's why they're in QAnon. And so if Trump says this is bullshit, don't. But instead he keeps doing subtle things that make people like, well, he said he did such and such, and if you subtract the difference between these three numbers, it's 17, and they're for it. And instead of being like, stop reading into my random caps lock like that, he like retweets Q, you know? So I don't necessarily think all of them would have left. I do think there's probably a good number of people.
Okay.
A lot of times, especially with QAnon, you have to get yourself out. So one thing is some QAnon members have said that they like had a point of doubt and then Googled QAnon debunked, and that was it for them. They got out. Because a lot of QAnon is self-managed, right? Like you decide what you are able to believe. You decide how much you contribute to the like decoding of these breadcrumbs. And so a lot of it is self-monitored. Shannon Foley, again, what I'm about to say too, with like, if you have someone that you love, especially in QAnon, because of the like political nature of it, I'm not saying that you are morally obligated to help this person get out. If Aunt Sharon was racist before and they're racist now, and that like really harmed you and like your partner or something, don't feel like you need to sacrifice your personal peace for that. But this is what I'm saying. If you have someone that you care about, that you like think genuinely was in it for good reasons,
you have the capacity to engage with them.
You have the capacity. Take care of yourself, for sure. But these are some things that certain experts said in relation to helping people get out of QAnon. Shannon Foley, next member, said that it was little things like her realizing that QAnon typed like they were a boomer that didn't totally understand. For at one point, Q said that they just took down 7 supercomputers, each named after one of the 7 dwarves. And then people responded that, oh, that makes sense. My internet's been running faster today. And Shannon was like, that's not how that works.
So that's the one thing that she knew that's not how that works.
Where
Space
she was
lasers,
like, I think it probably
mobiles.
was the shelf metaphor was like a lot of things over time. And that was the thing where she was like, okay, I know that that's not how that works. Like, come on. And I think when she said, she turned around and Googled QAnon debunked, because she's the one that said that. The next thing you can do is convince them that it's okay to doubt. You don't even need to convince them that they're wrong. Just say like, it's okay to like not believe everything that they say. It's okay to understand that there are some things that don't necessarily make sense. It's okay to have some cognitive dissonance, but like acknowledge the cognitive dissonance and not. If they're religious, especially, this is something that a lot of ex-QAnon members that are still in church say got them out, is saying like, you are holding Q, Trump, and some of these beliefs at the same level that you are holding your religious beliefs. Right. And that's something that's
an excellent point.
Right? Like that's in the commandments. You can't have idols and stuff like that. And that actually got quite a few people out of being like, oh my God, what am I doing? Oh my gosh, what am I doing is probably what they said. It's been a while, guys. Tell them that especially if they're like new into it, tell them that no theory that they've just recently learned about is worth losing friends and family over. Wait for a specific period of potential disillusionment. Like if, for example, when Biden won the election, wait for that kind of moment where they're already having some external doubt to maybe plant some more seeds on their shelf.
Right.
Start where their good intentions ended. I really liked this one. Is like if they got into it because of they cared so deeply about the child sex trafficking, maybe introduce them to a nonprofit that they can actively work with. They don't even need to quit Q. They can start working with this actual organization that is doing good. Right. And then maybe eventually they'll start to see. And if that's really
where their focus is.
That's where they'll go. Yeah, exactly. So start where their good intentions ended, because most of these people, especially with QAnon, started with a good intention. Right. Tell them to do their own research, which just feels real ironic.
That feels like bad advice, to be completely honest. It
feels like bad advice. I think what they were getting at is that, like, give them a source. And don't even say, like, you can acknowledge, like, hey, I don't think you'll agree with this, but I'm wondering what you'll think on this. And share things with them. Like, there was a Twitter thread I think I mentioned earlier that had all of the predictions by Q that didn't come to pass. And that helped get a lot of people out, too, that, like, really kickstarted their disillusionment. And so complimenting them of, like, I trust your opinion because of where your beliefs are at. Can you give this Twitter thread a read for me and explain. Those are some of the things. Obviously, Dr. Yanya Lalik says do your best to maintain contact, to be that safe place to land for them. Make sure that they know that you still love them. Make sure that it's not like I'm cutting you out of my life forever.
Right.
And obviously that's hard with some of these situations, especially if your husband is Jewish and your father is spouting all of these anti-Semitic things.
Views, right.
So like do that with like, I don't know, take that one with a grain of salt of like protecting your own peace and protecting your own well-being. But your goal, if you can, if you're able, if you have the capacity, is to make sure that they have a safe place to land and a safe place to admit that they were wrong, if that's what comes to pass. So a lot of you might be wondering, Maia, why are you covering this? Because it seems like the last time Q posted was in 2022.
Right.
So yes, Q's last post was on November 27th, 2022. There were 3, one of which just seems like a retweet, and I didn't bother to try and figure out what it even meant. But I showed you the 2 that they posted. So they took a 18-month hiatus, right?
Okay.
When they posted again after the 18-month hiatus, someone pointed out, I don't know how true this is, that it was made 1,700 days after Q first appeared in 2017. So 1700. Yeah. Yep. Do you want to read these Q drops for the people? Don't scroll.
So the first one, November 27th, 2022. Be aware of false prophets. I am not a prophet. You are not a prophet. We are not prophets. Focus on the mission. Q. And that was at 7:58 p.m. Eastern time. Mm-hmm. And then at 8:06 Eastern time, they then also said this. What is coded in your DNA? Who put it there? Why? Mankind is repressed. We will be repressed no more. Information is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Information is power. How do you protect your DNA? There is a war for your DNA. Protect your DNA. Ascension. Q.
You would be a great spoken word poet.
Thank you. I've taught many spoken word poets.
The rhythm with which you said that was beautiful.
Poetry interpretation.
Yeah, I hated everything you said, but I loved the way you said it.
Thank you. It sounded nice, right?
It sounded great.
We had a semifinalist in poetry last year.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh,
I don't know why she's shocked by that. I am good at my job.
You sound, the way you said it was like Meryl Streep, like in Devil Wears Prada.
Good.
It was good.
That's what I'm always channeling.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So Q's last posts were in November of 2022. However, internet searches for adrenochrome trended up again in January of 2023, reaching the highest levels of internet searches since August of 2020 per Google Trends. Some of this can be attributed to the release of a movie called The Sound of Freedom. Two people associated with the film, a government agent, Tim Ballard, and actor Jim Caviezel. I don't care to pronounce Jim's name right, so I'm going to call him Jim. Jim portrayed Tim Ballard in the film. Both were defenders of the theory in some of their publicity interviews for the movie. The film studio denies any connection to the theories or to the politics. Tim Ballard is the founder of an anti-child sex trafficking organization called Operation Underground Railroad. And then Jim claimed that the theory of adrenochrome and adrenochrome harvesting and stuff is real and taking place in parts of Africa. He has also spoken at a lot of Q events, and that's all the digging I did on that because I was just very exasperated by this point. Per Media Matters, that one website, between April 26, 2022 and April 28th of 2023, Donald Trump amplified Q content on Truth Social 500 times. That is well over once a day.
Not shocked.
Between April 29th, 2023 and April 29th, 2024, nearly 350 times. Some of them very explicit QAnon content, like not even just like, look at this adrenochrome. It was like QAnon, let's go,
right.
You know? So January/July of 2024, remember when Jeffrey Epstein's documents got released?
Ish, yeah.
Yeah. If you don't know, Jeffrey Epstein is was an ultra rich guy who was arrested in 2018 for sex trafficking and sexual abuse, often including minors. He was found eventually in his Manhattan jail cell in August of 2019, dead, apparently by his own doing. There is photographic evidence of many of his crimes while he was alive, obviously. He is known to associate with Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Prince Andrew, and Donald Trump. So this is exactly the kind of thing that QAnon was looking for. Some high-ranking official, whether it's social or politics, that's involved in a sex trafficking ring.
Who's not, coincidentally, Trump's friend.
Yes. They coincidentally tried to ignore the fact that Donald Trump was on these lists and also had photographic evidence of being with Jeffrey Epstein. What they were really latched onto was the fact that Bill Clinton was one of them. Bill Clinton, notable, but that's fine. Anyway. Many QAnon members believe that this would seal the deal for their, quote, storm in 2022, by the way. So prominent figures on the left would finally take accountability for their involvement in sex trafficking. Supporters believe that these documents would be the thing that finally brought down the ring that's been running the world for 6,000 years. However, this, quote, little black book, if you will, wasn't really a client list that Jeffrey maintained. It was more documents filed by the victim, and it included names but not details of crime. So it could very reasonably be that whoever's listed in these documents accepted a private jet ride with Jeffrey Epstein, that they never actually knew anything, never went to the island or whatever. Not that I personally don't think that these people on the list are complicit, but there's a good number of those names that didn't actively participate in criminal activity with Jeffrey. Our sweet, sweet Donnie T was on the list, though, which honestly, we knew would happen. There's a lot of photographs of them together at parties. Quote, this is a quote from Mike Rothschild, one of the people that's heavily targeted by QAnon. I think he wrote a book and some other stuff. Anyway, quote, there's nothing Trump can do that will lose these people's loyalty. Anything that is inconvenient, that alters their worldview, they'll just ignore it, or they'll make up some bizarre justification for it.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like even if Trump would have told them no, they would have stayed QAnon people.
Yeah. All they really care about is that the Clintons are on it, and Bill was on it. They say now that Donald Trump was only there to get information for the FBI, which is fucking hilarious to me. That man, the one that walked into a Miss Universe pageant, and he was like, oh my God, there are women changing in here while he's running the pageant and actively knows there are minors naked in there. And he's like, oh, I just have to look at their boobs. But God forbid, he's definitely just getting information for the FBI for sure. Also, imagine Trump keeping a secret.
No, I know. Imagine him not immediately tweeting it out and telling everybody.
Yeah.
He really was kind of made to be a mean girl. If he had stayed in reality television,
it would have been great.
Yeah, much like George Santos. If he had just stayed in reality television, it would have been so good. And said he has just the worst worldview in the world.
The way that I would watch everything George Santos was on if it was just reality television.
Yes.
He would have some absolutely insane remarks on The Bachelor.
George Santos was supposed to be in Big Brother and just never got the chance.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So many people, especially MAGA, believe that Epstein did not actually
die by his own hand,
that he was strategically killed so that the information about the deep state and the details he surely must have known that match up with QAnon's theories would die with him.
You know, you're doing it right when you're on the side of defending Epstein.
Yeah, that should be actually red flag.
That should be a debunked moment.
That actually
for
should
you.
be the only red flag. Crazier things have happened. I don't necessarily think that killing by your own hand has ever not been staged. I don't know that this is one of them, though. In fact, when the documents were first released and the documents did not say what QAnon members thought that they should say, people started creating fakes and generating them and circulating them on X. And then X didn't take them down because thanks, Elon. May of 2024. Since the launch of Truth Social in 2022 up to May of 2024, Trump has reposted or promoted QAnon affiliated accounts over 800 times. That is averaging at least once a day. And that's really it. The reason
And now DT retweets. Thanks for joining. You can find us more. What?
I didn't have a good ending because I was so busy collecting
it's like
all
the
of the
bridge
facts.
ends midair.
Yeah, because that's how I feel right now, Grant. The election's happening in less than a month.
For them,
less
in
than a couple days.
Yeah.
So,
A man who does not believe in anything benefits from a system that actively misinforms people.
I think this is actually where I was going to read some of the quotes from that book. Let's see if I wrote this particular one down. So this book is called The Death of Truth. It's by Michiko Kakitani, published in 2018. So like before really the bulk of QAnon and stuff. Her whole point is that like we've been veering towards this like truth decay over the last several decades, and that this can even be seen in stuff as simple as like the writing of biographies and autobiographies. That writers have a tendency nowadays. Like I really love a newer trend in books called mixed biographies, where people will write stories about themselves, but also talk about like their life experience and research related to their life experiences. Like one that I think I've recommended on here, the Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. It's something like that. It's about this woman that works in a crematorium, and then it talks about death rituals throughout the world, and then also her experience working in the crematorium. And so this idea that we're increasingly unable to talk about truth in like the absolutes, and we're more prone to talking about our own experiences and like romanticizing our own lives instead of focusing on other people and their truths and like the factual truths of the things around us. This is one quote. Read. So there's two like bigger quotes in the middle. You can't quote it. The one that starts with polarization and the one that starts with we. Immediately underneath it. It's like ... polarization.
Polarization has grown so extreme that voters in red state America and blue state America have a hard time even agreeing on the same facts. This has been going on since a solar system of right-wing news sites orbiting around Fox News and Breitbart News consolidated. Its gravitational hold on the Republican base, and it's been exponentially accelerated by social media, which connects users with like-minded members and supplies them with customized news feeds that reinforces their preconceptions, allowing them to live in even an ever narrower, windowless silos. And then the next one. We can debate policies and issues, and we should, but these debates must be based on the common facts, rather than the raw appeals to emotion and fear through polarizing rhetoric and fabrications. We can't control whether our public servants lie to us, but we can control whether we hold them accountable for those lies, or whether, in a state of exhaustion or to protect our political objectives, we look the other way and normalize an indifference to truth. Oh, Sally Yates, former acting attorney general.
Yeah. Not wild. Yeah, and then she also talks a good amount about the effect that like Russian trolls have had around the same time that we're talking about QAnon and everything. Here's a quote. For instance, it turned out that Russian trolls used an imposter Facebook account called Heart of Texas to organize a protest called Stop the Islamization of Texas in May of 2016, and another imposter Facebook account called the United Muslims of America to organize a counter protest at the same time and place. That we're just all so susceptible to like thinking with our emotions as opposed to thinking with like logic and everything.
Well, and get off the internet. Like a big theme for me, I think, and I know you're tired of hearing me talk about it, like you specifically, Maia, but it's like the last 2 months I have just become such a fervent believer that you need to get off the internet. You need to get off the internet as much as possible. And I understand that so much of our work requires us to be on the internet. And I think to some degree, like
different uses of the internet.
Right. Because I think to some degree, like truth still exists in your work computer. Because if you're like, I'll do this thing and then it doesn't happen, like that's not a,
people
like you get fired.
Like, hey.
Right. But like in terms of like your entertainment, your information, get off the internet and look for content that has to go through an editor or editorial filter.
What
they still
advice
exist.
Do you have for people who are trying to figure out a neutral way to fact check themselves?
First, it's always like and I'm not an expert. This is like something that I have been like leaning into as I try to figure out how I want to consume news and media and entertainment, and also lead a program at the school that I teach that focuses on this. If it causes an intense emotional reaction from you, realize that it was supposed to. realize that it was geared to do that.
Look for the kernel of truth.
Yeah, yes, but like look for the fact that you are emotionally engaged should actually raise a concerning red flag for you, unless it's situated in like larger content and context. And then like truly stop seeking your information through online sources, because even if you do read an article from, take your pick of what you consider legitimate, right? The Hill, for instance, is a more conservative leaning but legitimized political coverage website out of Washington, D.C., or the Washington Post, New York Times, etc. You're generating cookies that is going to then have the internet bombarding you with things until they are pushing you into a narrative that they can monetize. So like read newspapers, read magazines. Be aware that they also have like an economic agenda to get you hooked.
And careful if it's an opinion article instead of like an editorial.
Exactly. But know deeply that we share way more in common with each other, and anything that you feel that is intended to make you feel better, superior, or disdain your fellow American is intended to get you hooked. You are now the product. Just get off the internet. Like that is like that, like the end of the day, I have read 12 books this year. I have started to cancel some subscriptions. I literally never watch like cable television or anything. And for months now, I've looked at you and been like, you got to stop watching CNN during the day.
Which I don't have a TV in here.
Yeah.
But if people like see something on the internet and they're like, how do I make sure that this is real without ending up in an echo chamber? Like, what's the kind of verbiage that you would advise people use if they like do have to Google something?
So first, never trust anything that you see come across a social media feed. Never trust anything that has been reposted by somebody, even if it's somebody you trust. That's actually where the issue comes from. I know Maia.
Cults,
I trust Maia. Yeah. I am the validity of this source is because I believe Maia is a good person.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Please keep listening to this podcast.
Right. But like if your friend posts something on Instagram, that does not mean it's true. If you want to be an engaged person in the world, read NPR. Read your favorite magazine online, but specifically seek out information. And if you are scrolling like this, the
information comes to you.
That's honestly one of the things that I don't think I had realized until you would ask me this. I no longer click on, pursue, or even consider news articles that are shared on my news feed anymore, because I just do not feel like there is a trustworthy atmosphere for information out there.
Because you have to remember that social media is monetized,
right? And so now granted, like countering that, both for my job and my personality type, I am reading news from official news sites pretty regularly, but I never someone might post an article that's like, Harris is campaigning to win North Carolina, and I might put a little heart in the bottom right of like the Instagram to be like that story. I'm not going to read it. And I'm not going to be like, oh, I know how Harris is trying to win North Carolina, unless I have read that from the official like website itself. Yeah. Get off the internet.
I did get my idea for a Word of Faith fellowship from New York Times on my Instagram. So, it all comes with a grain of salt. Yeah. I did do a lot of research though, and that is why I try and make sure that both Grant and I's sources get posted to our website, because if you ever like disagree with us, we have posted.
Here's where we got the information.
This is where we got all the information. And if you want to tell us like, hey, such and such a source is not credible, like we'll be like, cool, yeah.
And I know you've had those moments, because I've had those moments where you get to a website and you're like, this is such a cool story, but like, look at this website. It doesn't feel legitimate at all. Yeah,
anywhere else.
Exactly. I've actually found a source that says the exact opposite, which is, and there's been times in which we've been like, I've heard this in some sources, but not all sources. Yeah.
So just, I think
only trust us for your news. I think that's where we just landed. Yeah.
I think if Casey and I do this a lot, where we'll like get into like little spats and be like, well, I'm going to Google that right away. And just not even like, it's not so unserious. Like the most recent one was like, I was like, Casey, if you keep wearing hats, you're going to like go bald. Not true. I think I just want him to stop wearing hats. Don't tell him that though. But he was like, that's not true. You should fact check that. And I was like, man, you should fact check that, because that's what I used to do to him. And that's like, he used to be relatively Republican when I first started dating him. And I'd be like, cite your sources.
Right.
And it used to be a great moment for me where he was like, oh, that's not true. And now he's doing it to me. And like, God, how dare you
the last like
use
two
that
times
witchcraft against me?
I have survived the last two fact checks. I'll say something and I will get fact checked in the moment, and they're not loud when they say I'm right. They are not loud. They will
No,
say
we're
it,
a little sad.
but no one's ever like, shh, guys, I have something to say.
Yeah.
It's
Grant's
like,
wrong.
right. It's like, right. There's
Yeah.
that. Grant's wrong. That's bullhorned across the party. But,
yeah.
oh, right. Well, I'll look more into that later.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah,
I know
that's how
I
you
got
know.
him. I got him.
So what Casey and I do, we'll even watch each other do this, especially if we disagree, is we make sure we Google really neutral phrases. And obviously this isn't super helped if you have like a lot of cookies and stuff, but like, especially if it's like political or whatever. But like for like if hats cause you to like go bald prematurely, I Googled like hat or like wearing a hat effect on hair growth instead of like, does hat make you lose hair or does hat not make you lose hair? It's like effect on hair growth, hat
hair loss correlation.
Yes, something like that. And so you try not to put into like the search bar what you think is true, because that can help at least try and filter out some of your confirmation bias.
And then I have one last suggestion that actually might be a hot tip, just both in this day and age and considering what my profession is. You do not need to always be consuming news. And I was very fortunate to be raised in a family that, while didn't read a lot of books, every night for my entire life, I saw my mom read the local newspaper during the local news hour or half hour at like 10 o'clock. And it would go news. And then at 10:30, David Letterman and Stephen Colbert. Right, exactly. And that was, for the most part, basically all the news that my parents ingested that day. And it was like some written words, a little bit of like human interest stuff. And like that was it. And they're great. I've talked about how great they are so regularly. They are like informed, concerned, empathetic, but they're not mad. They're not angry. I don't talk to them and they're not boiling with rage at a population they've never met before, you know? And if my parents started to express in the next month things related to the QAnon, I'd be so concerned. I would like call a family meeting to be like, their behavior has changed so dramatically. We need to get them scanned to see. I'm not joking. Like something, they've fallen and their brain has now taken some some bleeding, and they are now different. And
this does come with like a grain of salt, right? Or like a grain of like a privilege, in a sense that like some people cannot afford to not be worried constantly about the news. But like where you can, you know, if you're not consuming it all the time, especially if you're not listening to CNN all the time.
Not to like not to make this a debate. I realized that was like one of the things, but it's like being this is going back to something that we talked about in like the first hour of today's episode. Being aware of the news does not actually put you more in charge of the news.
No, it doesn't.
Like definitely there is something that like I'm concerned about, like threats against civil rights enjoined by me, you, and many of our friends with various identities. But it's like once I know it and I'm aware of it, I don't think it's healthy for me, at least, to read something about it every day or even like every week, you know, like, and especially if like the actual legal status hasn't changed until like you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I think there's a balance you got to find between being informed and being worried every day. I think
truthfully, watching like one segment of CNN is probably like the healthy barrier. What I struggled with when I just had the TV on while my office was in the living room is that every hour, like Wolf Blitzer to like Abby Phillips and then to Dana Bash and then to whoever, they all have the same hour of news unless like something drastic happens. And so you're just hearing the same thing kind of over and over again, like recycled and said something different. So if you want to keep up like an hour of that, an hour of, or like even just like your local news station, Kyle Clark, I will go to war for you.
Yeah.
I love you. I've been watching you since I was a child. And as he's like really morphed into like his really own like political commentator, every time I see a clip of Kyle Clark, I'm like, yes.
He's a journalist. Yes.
Yeah, in Denver. He's like a 9 News journalist. If you like ever need some
find
entertainment,
him on Twitter. He's
find him on
great
Twitter.
on Twitter.
So funny. He responds to like the most insane things. It's hilarious. And then like Stephen Colbert or even just like honestly The Daily Show. They even joke in their intro for The Daily Show right now, America's only source for news. Yes. And it's like, yeah, because sometimes people can only take it with comedy.
Right.
You know,
right.
like,
only take with that.
Yeah.
Like,
so just like be aware of how much I think you're consuming. I think it's good to stay aware, but I don't necessarily think it's necessary to be watching that shit all the time, every day, until we get into like the first week of November, and then I'm going to be...
And then we'll just follow the news every single minute of every hour. Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to be sending live updates into Patreon. Just kidding. Maybe.
All right, friends. Well, thank you for joining us, and well done, Maia.
Thanks.
I'm sure you're glad to now be exiting this universe.
I'm so happy. I know it's going to kill me because there's like so much that I didn't get to. But I feel like I did it justice. It's
You
fine.
did a good job. I wouldn't say like, yeah, you could have really made these longer. Like they were good.
Grant's like, it's 4 hours tonight and like 3.5 yesterday.
It was 2 12-hour days back to back if you count like our day jobs. And I'm saying our because I'm not like, you also worked.
Wow, thank you for acknowledging that.
Listen.
For the first time ever, Grant's like, you have a job too. That's wild.
It's not the same
I feel
kind
so
of job,
special.
but if you want to see why we're friends, you can find us on Patreon, where we are Well I Laugh Podcast, and we'll share our secrets. If you just enjoy a little social engagement with us, I feel like I'm pen pals with like 30 of you at this point.
You know, it's a lot of you by like first name.
Correct.
I'll like see a message and to be like, oh, is that so and so? And I'm like,
yeah.
what?
And that's great. That's not me complaining, but like, reach out. We can be little pen pals on Instagram, TikTok. I'm checking less frequently, but still TikTok as well.
Yeah.
And we are Well I Laughed Podcast on most of those. You can find us on YouTube if you would like to see the video, and apparently find us on Facebook.
Oh, we're also on Cameo now.
Great.
If you want us to wish happy birthday
And
to someone or do something.
If you have story suggestions or listener stories you would like us to read on air, either around dark secrets or vigilante vengeance, please email those to wellilaughdpod@gmail.com.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye.